Taka, obviously some mechanical issues in the previous stage, all fixed, all good, confidence back.
Yeah, it's nothing special. Yeah, I just keep this position. This is the only thing what I do today. So, yeah, everything is fine.
What was the stage like? Is there some road evolution there now?
Yeah, it's quite nice stage. Bit more cutting than other stages, so slightly different, especially narrow part, but all okay.
You were saying you could watch the onboard cameras on Rally TV later on.
Yep.
You can be sure that all the guys, Ogier, Rovanpera, Cesc, Katsuta, will watch it for next year event, or when the event will be back at the calendar, because everyone wants to watch and to follow the best time stage, for example, of this one or this one, and the next year they will just adapt and correct the pace notes depending of those onboard cameras. I mean, it has been a big play in between the crews to spy each other those last years, and we don't have so much secrets anymore. Thanks to Rally TV.
But this is the thing. Maybe that's why drivers have become a little bit vaguer in what they tell us, because there are no secrets out there. It's very difficult to hide. We're going to watch Sébastien Ogier over the jump. That's coming up. There he is.
Very much in the inside also of the jump. And this is a difficulty also during the recce's to check what is in the cuts on the left side of the road, because we remind that we are on an open road, so you cannot do what you want. You are driving 60 kilometers per hour, more or less. So sometimes you just can stop on the right side of the road, look through your side window if there is a stone, if there is something that could damage the tire, or if you can put your wheel there during the rally itself.
Now, we are waiting then for the next time to come in, and that will be, of course, Sébastien Ogier's time. I can give you the split from Martin Cesc's. Remember, there's only 0.6 of a second between them in Ogier's favour, and Cesc's is 0.3 of a second slower at the opening split point. I think, you know, it's been a brilliant performance from Cesc's. Ogier wasn't happy with his morning, though. He said to me in the media zone that he felt he struggled in the loop. He was not happy with the loop. Let's see if he feels a little bit happier on at least the first stage out there this afternoon. It is the fastest time on the board. 5:08.7 is the time.
Seb, it's a great battle for us to watch from you and Martins. What's it like inside the car?
It's fun. It's a beautiful stage, so good fun to drive.
The drivers earlier on were saying there's some nice crests where you can really get the car loaded up. Are you enjoying those kind of stages?
Yeah, it's a beautiful stage, to be honest. Yeah, it's I don't know. I just said it. It's just fun to drive.
Yeah, it certainly looks it out there as well. You know, it's one of those rallies where you are seeing great reactions at the stage ends, because it's flat out. These stages are begging you to put your foot to the floor, Julian, and people are happy with that. Like, we go back to what Lappy said at Shakedown, with, you know, all of the rallies should be like this, just super flat out assaults.
Yeah, but I think this stage, and probably the one that we will follow next, it was stage number 12 just before, is really flowing and a bit wider and really, really cool, with some crests, blind crests. I must say that the first part of the rally for me, I liked a little bit less, because here we are with Cesc, perfect, right in the middle of the road.
The air horns blare for the local hero. It's great to hear all the noise in the background there. He has certainly put on a brilliant performance. And again, we're still in quite a relaxed mood in the media zone, although, you know, I said we'd built him up and we were putting a bit of pressure on him. But he kind of jokingly said as well that, you know, when the helmet goes on, he's also putting a little bit, you know, we talk about this all the time. Drivers put the helmets on, their attitude changes. They might say, I'm not putting pressure on myself. I have no expectations. helmet goes on, it's a different person under that helmet. All of a sudden, they've become about the battle. And he said that definitely this has kind of crept in today. Understandably, when he's in a podium position and, battling an 8-time world champion. We interviewed him while he was next door to Seb Ogier, who was giving an interview as well. And yeah, it was quite interesting to see. But he wanted to really emphasize, and so did I, it is just his second WRC event. But he's, been performing so well. People might think, oh, he's been here for years. No, he hasn't.
And he didn't even finish this rally that we are already asking when will be the next one. So
I know.
Big expectations on him. Yeah.
Do you know what? He's done really well here towards the end of the stage because he's brought back the time to Ogier, finishing only 2/10 behind when he was 7/10 slower at 6.4 Ks. Can't believe I'm quibbling over a few tenths, but still, he's brought it back towards the end. 5:08.9 is second fastest for Martin Sesks.
Martin, you can see it for yourself on there, 2/10 away only from Ogier. How enjoyable is it out there in these stages?
It is amazing. It is amazing. We are closer to home. It's just incredible. So nice.
Lots of people out there supporting you?
Yeah, of course. And it's not easy to take that responsibility, to have them all, but I'm so grateful that they are here. Thank you.
A few more stages to go, less than a second between you and Ogier. I'm bigging this up, I know, we've got to do something to fill time.
You can do it, but just not ask me.
Yeah, he really doesn't want to get drawn into it at all, does he? But that's the right way. He seems pretty relaxed, though, Julian, doesn't he? I mean, he's laughing and joking at the sage ends. It feels like, nothing is on his shoulders right now. He sounds good out there.
To which driver he would look at? I mean, which personality in the rally world you think he looks like?
Oh, which driver does he look like?
Yeah, I mean,
you obviously have someone in your mind. Come on, spill the beans.
No, I'm not sure because I'm not sure we can see determination in his face, look, attitude, of course, but also this. Connectivity with the medias, he was speaking about responsibility with all the fans. He knows that he has a responsibility somewhere. I was wondering, maybe I don't know. I was not born almost when Arriva Tenen was.
I see what you mean.
Maybe a bit of this link in between you and the world, let's say.
Yeah, I see what you mean. He definitely has that, he's taking responsibility for the fans and, their expectation of him. Now, we're waiting for Rovanperä to complete the stage, just to confirm that time from Sesks puts him ahead of Oit Tanak by 10.4 seconds overall. He was 0.8 of a second faster than Oit through that stage, so he's extended his gap over Tanak. Kalle Rovanperä then completes, and it's no surprise to us that this is the fastest time on the board, 5:06.1. He is really enjoying the stages here in Latvia. That's what he confirmed to us at the midpoint service, and it is showing. His lead is now 37.4 seconds.
Kalle, you can read the timing board yourself there. Tenths of seconds between everybody else. 2 seconds in front you are. Brilliant. How do you do it?
I'm doing well. I'm enjoying a lot. Especially now, a bit different, hopefully better tire plan. So at least now the balance of the car and the grip felt good. So yeah, I was just enjoying the driving.
When you say better tire plan or the balance, is that now with only 1 spare rather than 2?
Yeah, for sure. That makes a small difference also.
Yeah, it's great stuff from Kalle Rovanperä. Let's take you through the stage classifications then. Rovanperä with the fastest time of 5:06.1, with Ogier 2.6 behind that. Sesks 2.8 off the pace. Then it's Formeau and Tanak. Evans, Katsuta, Newville, Lappi and Munster through the top 10 through the stage. Overall then, Rovanpera's lead is up to 37.4 seconds over Ogier, with Sesks in third position, 0.8 of a second behind Ogier. Sesks has extended his advantage over Tanak to 10.4. Then Adrian Formeau completes the top 5 for us. We are moving on to our very next stage shortly here at Rally Latvia, so stay with us.
race.
Welcome back to the TET Rally Latvia, the WRC's newest edition, which has more than proven its fearsome reputation on this eye-catching debut at the pinnacle of rallying. It's been a busy Saturday schedule so far. Next up, the second pass through the challenging Vatpils test. So we've moved 500 kilometres north from Poland to the Baltic coast. The port town of Liepāja has been our picturesque base for the week. We stay on fast-flowing gravel for the following round in Finland before Greece's famous Acropolis and Rally Chile end this sequence of gravel events. Thierry Neuville has been the championship leader since round 1 in Monte Carlo, but has seen his lead whittled down to 15 points over Elfyn Evans in recent months. Wojciech Tanak only 21 off the top spot, despite a frustrating weekend in Poland last time out. The Manufacturers' Championship just as tight. Hyundai Shell Mobis with a 10-point lead over reigning champions Toyota Gazoo Racing, with M Sport Ford in 3rd place. So it was into the great unknown for most on Friday morning. The truth that was known was that Neuville, as the championship leader, would again suffer as the road-opening gravel sweeper. The deep dirt on the Latvian tracks left the Belgian down in 9th. His closest title rival, Evans, hadn't fared much better in 7th. It would be Operation Catch-Up once again for the two drivers with most to lose in round 8. Third on the road, Neuville's teammate Tanak was also fighting for grip. The Estonian was 4th for most of the day, though, before brake issues and a particularly slippery final test saw a slip 2 places down the order. One of the beneficiaries was Adrien Fourmeau. The Frenchman had struggled for the relentless rhythm required on these breathtakingly fast roads, but an end-of-day charge saw the 29-year-old climb to 5th. Also taking advantage of the final stage fade from Tanak was Taka Katsuta. After a frustrating outing on Poland's speed test, Toyota's Japanese star was quick to remind that he too is no slouch on the quick stuff. Taka taking 4th at the end of the day. Seb Ogier had missed Rally Poland due to a pre-rally accident, but was soon making his mark on the WRC's new edition. A small scare in the day's opener aside, the Frenchman's natural ability to go easy on his mainly soft compound tyre package saw a stage win midway through the day and 3rd place overall. A lot of pressure had been heaped on local boy Martin Sess after an eye-catching 5th place finish in Poland in a non-hybrid Puma, now on home soil with the fully boost-assisted M Sport Ford. WRC's racy rookie was clearly aided by his late row position, but snatched a couple of stage wins on the way to 2nd place. And the Latvian was the filling in a multiple world champion sandwich. With Ogier behind him, it was once again Kalle Rovanperä out front. The 23-year-old is a 2-time national champion in Latvia from his teenage years, and with a hat-trick of stage wins to wrap up the day, the Finn had already built up a handy buffer. The gap between Rovanperä and Sess was 15.7 at the end of Friday, with Ogier 21.6 seconds off the top spot. Tanak slipped behind Katsuta and Fourmeau to 6th. Championship frontrunners Evans and Neuville 7th and 9th, respectively. Katsuta started Saturday in 4th, but he would eventually concede position to Tanak before a frustrating moment in the first pass through the Vatpils stage. Misjudging a chicane, the Japanese driver drifted off-road. He damaged his power steering, frustratingly dropping him down to 7th. Road position was again proving key on Saturday. Tanak was one driver, though. He managed to prevail over drivers behind him on the road. The Estonian on a mission. He passed Fourmeau and Katsuta to reclaim 4th, and he got his first stage win of the weekend along the way. While up front in that fight for podium places, local hero Sess had continued to hold his own despite his illustrious company. The Latvian keeping the 8-time world champion ahead of him at bay early on, but Ogier was closing fast. And the Frenchman, while not entirely happy with his run, finally overhauled M Sport's local star. The Frenchman was right on the limit in stage 11 and even briefly off the road near the finish. The Toyota star held on, doing just enough to move up to 2nd. Out front, though, the rally leader looks close to uncatchable. Rovanperä continuing where he left off on Friday, the Finn notching up his 200th stage win along the way, while he continued to tighten his grip on the top spot. So after 13 stages then, Rovanperä has extended that lead to 37.4. Martin Sess still there in 3rd, and he's still within a second of Seb Ogier. Then come Tanak, Fourmeau, Evans trying to hunt down the Frenchman, Taka Katsuta dropping to 7th, as I mentioned, after those power steering issues. So next up, a return visit to this spectacular Vatpils test then, just over 12.5 kilometres long, and it's been a regular in European competition. wonderful, fast-flowing stretch of road, as we saw a couple of hours ago. Average speeds are so high. They've got 6 chicanes along the way to break up some of the longer straights. It was one of those chicanes, sadly, that caught out Katsuta a little bit earlier on. Well, the temperatures, as you'd expect on this sunny day, have been rising all day, around 22 degrees, but it does feel warmer out here. The road surface may be rutted in some of the sandier sections on this second pass as well. Plenty to keep the drivers occupied then. Let's catch up with a few of them now.
This stage is one of the faster. Really quite a wide road, quite a hard base road, but a lot of these anti-cutting poles and drums added in. So yeah, like I say, it's quite a wide and fast one.
Quite interesting, a little bit up and down, a little bit blind corners behind the crest, and yeah, it's an enjoyable stage, and I think it's going to be fun.
It's one of the stages we do twice. There is not so many stages that we do twice, or just parts. This one, it's again a fast and flowing stages. We have quite narrow parts at the beginning, and after it's a bit wider. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, as we saw a few hours ago, it is an impressive stretch of road. Oh, that's Edgars Rinkovic there, the Latvian president, enjoying the show, just proving how important this event is this weekend. A few technical issues in here. We may not have full coverage, so let's just catch up with a few of the team bosses now back at the service park.
Another strong weekend so far for Calais and, of course, Seb. Those positions almost look secure, barring any mistakes. So pretty impressed with what's been going on out there.
Yeah, it's been a good weekend, and obviously once again strong performance from Kalle. Seb's position at the moment, I wouldn't call that secured yet, so there's some work to do with the Sesks for him, but looking good so far.
It's certainly a bit eye-opening to watch Martin Sesks chasing and in the mix with 2 of your world champions.
Yes, obviously it's nice to see young star, local star coming in and doing such a good work, but it's a good fight, and hopefully the champions will show that they are better.
FX, it's been a difficult morning with road position for your guys out there. What have the conversations been as we move into the afternoon loop?
It's been a difficult rally so far with road position, because I mean, all our cars are quite you know, first on the road or close to first on the road. So yeah, it's been difficult, but slowly we found you know, the right setup for this new rally. I think we were a bit out yesterday, and but I mean, slowly we get back to a good rhythm. I mean, for Ott with the best position at the moment is you know, is trying to get back to the podium. We know it's really be difficult, but he's trying at least. For Thierry, it's just to try to go as high as possible, but I mean, there is a big gap in front of him, so it will, I think, stay where he is, and then EP is on a test mode and just trying different things, and then try to be ready for Finland. So that's the plan for the afternoon. Not very exciting.
Well, Rich, we head into the afternoon with great expectations from your boys. What have the conversations been at the midway point?
You know, not too much different from what we've done this morning, if I'm honest. I think on these type of stages, you try too much extra, you could get into a bit of trouble. So, you know, we're in a really strong position again. Very happy with what's been going on with Adrian and Martins. Gregor obviously finding it a little bit more difficult today and a bit unsure as to why, but, you know, he's going to go out and try a few different things and see if he can get a bit closer again. But in general, not so many instructions.
Yeah, great to hear the thoughts of the team bosses there, and great to see everyone so evenly matched as well. This is our start order for this afternoon. Esa-Pekka Lappi first in, is facing the worst of the loose gravel. Then comes Thierry Deville. Greg Munster had a bit of a scare in the previous test, all the way down to Kalle Rovanperä, who's starting to look untouchable out there in the lead. Oliver Solberg, meanwhile, having a great run this weekend as the WRC2 leader. Great to see. We have pictures here. This is Esa-Pekka Lappi. As mentioned, we may not be able to bring you the onboard cameras in here due to an unseeable technical issue this afternoon, but we should have all other cameras coming through here with Lappi certainly enjoying himself in that previous stage. Chenny alongside me. It's great to see Lappi having some fun out there, and he has moved up a position, getting past Munster earlier on this morning, which is no mean feat considering he's out there first on the road.
Yeah, absolutely. He's a real effervescent character, isn't he? And he enjoys rallying, and that's the most important thing. I think the key thing is what FX said. Francois Xavier Demo's on there, and he's one of the smartest minds in rallying. But ultimately, just to repeat what he said, was EP is now in a glorified test session, really. You know, from where he is on the road. I think the road conditions will be a little bit better through here, because obviously this has been run this morning, this stage. So be interested to see what he's got to say towards the end of it. It will be messy, and it will of course get quicker, but it will certainly be a lot better for him than it was this morning. But for EP, it has been really just a difficult rally, and as we said, just getting ready for Finland.
Yeah, but he did the Finn there, did a 5:48.6. To put that into some sort of context, the fastest through the first run was our rally leader, Rovanperä, who did a 5:52.1. So already you get an idea how much quicker it's going to be. Well, the best part of 4 seconds quicker there, Lappi, than the rally leader. And let's see how he's feeling. He's got that smile back on his face today.
EP, that's much quicker than the first pass. The only stage to be run twice. That must be enjoyable for you, at least.
Yeah, the grip was amazingly high. It's so abrasive. But I was too slow. Not in every corner, but almost. So, yeah, I couldn't commit enough, but the grip is amazing. Yeah.
Why couldn't you commit some more?
Maybe I'm too scared or something.
I think the key thing there, PK, is, you know, this morning he was cleaning the road, so he had no grip at all, and then suddenly he does a stage where he's got bags and bags of grip. So that takes a bit of a mental reset, a bit of a system reset to be able to suddenly drive the car and make the most of it. Also, with the greatest of respect, with the position that he's in, it's not worth throwing the car off and risking damaging it or anything like that. So, you know, I think EP's just finding that balance.
So Eye in the Sky chasing Thierry Neuville down. We've got a number of split times to keep you up to date in here. Just under 13 kilometres in total, and as we saw earlier on, it is some stretch of road through here. And yeah, the early split times look good again for Thierry. 2 seconds up after just under 10 kilometres over his teammates. Doing a job actually out there. EP was called in to back off a bit just to make sure their championship front-running Belgian had at least one car ahead of him for a bit more grip, but getting up to 8th place about as best as he can do, even with that problem for Katsuta earlier, Chenny. The Japanese driver still 38 seconds ahead of Thierry.
Yeah,
just shows you how much time he lost yesterday.
Exactly.
Really.
I was going to say the big damage was done yesterday, opening the road. But listen, that's the rules of the game, you know. And to be honest, under this new point system that we're running, that was introduced at the start of the year, it's actually helping Thierry's championship campaign, you know, because it's an opportunity for him to then score tomorrow. It would be a different story if Elvin was running right at the front and was going to score maximum points, but that's not the case either. So this hasn't been a total disaster for Thierry Neuville's championship campaign at all.
And you know what else, on the back of what we were just saying about the Katsuta dropping down, he well, not his fault, but he slotted himself right in between.
He's helped Elvin a bit,
yeah,
basically.
Exactly. Yeah, he slotted himself right in between the two championship frontrunners. It would be, you know, as things stand, long way to go, of course. 6 points for 6th place, which is where Elvin finds himself, and that's 3 points better than what Thierry's going to get for 8th at the moment. But remember, they've got to get through these stages today. That will pencil in those points, the Saturday points, for the top 10 drivers, but they do still, remember, have to get through Super Sunday to get those points locked in. And again, just to remind you, Super Sunday points, top 7 can score tomorrow, and as always, our top 5 in the World Power stage. So lots still to be fought over the next day and a half.
Thierry, 2 seconds quicker than EP and a second pass of a stage. We're not seeing much of that. How did it go?
Yeah, it was okay. Trying the hard tire on the car. Not sure it's really a benefit. So not easy to understand which one is faster. Obviously there's some performance against some wear. This afternoon I think full soft would have been a better choice.
Where do you have the hard tire?
On the front.
And what is it you feel isn't a benefit?
I don't know. I understeer in many places.
Yeah, we've seen that quite a lot. I mean, it has been the soft compound Pirellis, as you mentioned a couple of times, been surviving better than expected, really, considering the heat and the abrasive nature of the roads. But we've seen this quite a lot. A lot of the drivers with one hard on the front right or front left. Yeah, Thierry on the front left on that occasion.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Because as we watch Gregoire Munster coming through the stage, you know, the harder compound tyre will just take that little bit longer to switch on. And on a big loop, you'd worry about, if you were running the softs, you'd worry about the durability. Is the soft compound tyre going to last? Yes, it will give me the grip early on, and provided you don't cook it, it will remain consistent. Once you get over into that operating temperature, over the operating temperature, if you like, and it gets too hot, it feels like there's just gummy bears. You're driving on gummy bears, you lose the feeling. But we haven't really seen that so much. So it's interesting that Thierry's opted for the hard compound tyre on the front. I have to say, though, you're pointing at this screen like frantically going, yes. So Gregoire Munster on the previous stage.
Great to see that he's still here, because he very nearly wasn't.
Exactly, he had a big moment coming over a crest, and you can see he's ripped all the front splitter off the front of the car, and that will be punishing him enormously through this stage, because that dictates the aerodynamic flow underneath the car that's basically sucking it to the ground. When that splitter's gone, you've got this big mass of air flowing underneath the car that's lifting it up, and what that's generating is enormous understeer. So the faster you're going, the more the front of the car is lifting up. Obviously that's lighter. It makes the front of the car light, so it's not biting into the ground, so you're generating understeer, and that's the damage that's done. 13 seconds dropped on a real fast stage like this. The one thing you really want is to have the full aero package working on the car and activating, and it's not doing it. And there you go, that front splitter's gone, and that's the difference it makes.
Yeah, and this is a 13-kilometre stage, remember, so it's effectively a second a kilometre that sort of lack of aero can make the difference with. It won't make any difference to Munster. He's already in 10th place. I mean, he wasn't a million miles away from Lappy, to be fair, coming into this stage before that incident in the last one. But yeah, it's just going to drop him a little bit further back, isn't it? But great that he's here, because he basically, I mean, he landed on the bank right on that front right corner. He was very lucky not to do any more damage, certainly to the wheel, or even flip the thing over. So he's lived to survive another day.
Greg, you're obviously missing a lot of the front aero. What was it like driving through a stage like this without that?
Sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe shit. Yeah, just really bad. What do you want me to say? It's it's pushing so much downforce on the rear. It's like the front is lifting like a plane. So yeah, on such a fast stage, it's impossible to drive. But yeah, today is not such a good day. But there is some stage left too on the program.
Yeah, I mean, that's the key thing. That front splitter modulates the air pressure underneath the car. And then when you've got the rear wing working really well, it's just lifting the back of the...
It's just like that eye in the sky is basically about... Look at this view from here. You got a quick glimpse of the chopper chasing down Elvin there. He's just a few metres. That's impressive flying as well as impressive driving. So hats off to our crew out there doing a sterling job, aren't they? Now Elvin Evans again, just like Thierry we'd heard before, he's got that front left, the hard on the front left. Just to remind people why, I mean, it might seem strange to people watching. Why even bother? Why have they got that one hard on the car? It's, I guess, about allocation as well through the weekend.
Yeah, it is about allocation, but also it's about the road position that you're in and how abrasive the surface of the road is. So, you know, putting the hard compound tyre on is a compromise of running the full softs. And if you find yourself if the surface of the road has been cleaned and it is quite abrasive, then you could very easily just overcook that front tyre. So it's just a safety net, if you like. And then, as you said, there's also an allocation of tyres. Oh, Elvin's running very wide there, very wide. Okay, he needs to get that back onto the stage.
Wow.
Get that. He's very near the end of the stage there.
Goodness me. I mean, he's
lucky that in PK, he is so lucky there wasn't a ditch there, because you see the way the road drops away there, and so often you have these big drops, and if he'd have gone in at that speed, that car would have been on its roof. He was lucky to get away with that. I'm sure we'll see another view of it. So here he comes. Now, he just gets a little bit offline there, and there is no grip there whatsoever. And you can see it was on two wheels for a moment.
I mean, he was full side. He was like side on. So that, I mean, he's clipped. They managed to avoid our arch, so thank you for that. They might need to just...
He's left the Toyota branding up.
Yeah, yeah, he did that. So quite good advertising for his own team there. But yeah, wow, big scare then for Evans. Remember, he's trying to chase down Formeau. He's right on the limit coming into this one, 10.7 seconds behind Formeau, but I guess, I mean, the tyres look okay, just as you say.
They'll be fine. The tyres should be actually... I think he's just got offline. As soon as you get off the clean line, there's no grip.
Wow, lucky escape for the Welshman.
I was going to mention about hopefully better conditions now, second pass, and then you went very, very wide and off the road.
Yeah, a bit of a silly mistake, really. Just like trying not to be too aggressive loading the car and got caught out, so, yeah.
Otherwise, how would you describe these second pass conditions?
Very, very hard conditions, yeah.
That's a shame as well. He was looking good after second up on Neuville's benchmark, and then obviously, as you'd imagine, dropped a big chunk of time. Best part of 6 seconds. Now, let's not forget Taka Katsuta, who's had his issue. Had dropped back behind the Welshman, but 21 seconds, going to lose a big chunk of time. Rather than chasing down Formo, he's actually conceding a bit to the Japanese driver in here. Meanwhile, Tanak still trying to keep pressure on the guys on the podium.
That is Hollywood stuff. Look at that for a shot. I can guarantee to you that all the producers and the directors in this truck will be getting super excited about seeing this. They'll be going, that's a great shot. But it is, and you wouldn't think that we were having any sort of technical problems at all, are we? That just looks stunning. Look at the speed that they're carrying, PK.
Yeah, he was pretty incredible through here earlier on. The split times, as you'd expect from the pace that he's visually showing us, are looking impressive. 3.6 seconds up on his teammate Neuville at just under 10 kilometres. And we said earlier, I mean, he loves this sort of stage as well, doesn't he? Fast and flowing, and it's the width as well, isn't it, of the road that really gives you a lot of room to play with.
Yeah, you can afford to play with the car and stuff, but I have to be honest, again, now on this second pass, you've got a really good line of grip, but once you're out of that, you've got no grip at all. So, you know, you can carry loads of speed on that line of grip, but once you get out of it, you end up doing what Elvin just did. So you can't play with the car perhaps quite as much as you could do on the first run through when the grip was reasonably consistent. Now you've got good grip in one place and then really bad grip on either side once you get out of the line. And that's the difference between the first and the second pass.
Yeah, apologies just for our loss of pictures. As mentioned, we've got a few technical gremlins.
Just looking at the split times, though, Tanak is on an absolute flyer here, PK. Looks set to set the pace, 3.7 seconds up at 10.7 kilometres.
But I think he should have come through here by now, Chenny. I'm hearing there may have been a little bit of an off for Tanak just towards the end of the stage there. The team, the fans watching, I can see plenty of Estonian fans in there. Probably like us wondering where Tanak's gone, but we're hearing there been a bit of a moment for Tanak. Crew okay, but just gone off-road out of sight of our pictures, unfortunately, there. Meanwhile, this is the man who's been trying to hold off Elvin Evans. So with that mistake from Elvin, of course, that means it's he's the pressure a bit on this man, Formo. 10.7 seconds behind, or sorry, ahead of the Welshman coming into this one's been a terrific drive, hasn't it, from Adrian, holding off a hard-charging Welshman.
Yeah, he was struggling yesterday. You know, he wasn't happy at all, and I still don't think he's 100% happy. He's not where he wants to be, but he's been absolutely wringing the neck of that M Sport Puma this morning, and I have to say, doing a great job at keeping Elvin Evans at bay. Yes, there is a bit of a road position advantage, but you know, again, those are the rules, and Adrian's been taking full advantage of that.
Yeah, and the split times reflected as well. He's 2.3 seconds up on Neuville benchmark.
And provided he doesn't make any silly mistakes, he is going to... Okay, so he is stopped there now. Now, is that because the stage has been red flagged?
I think it must be, because I think where Tanak, as we mentioned, has gone off the road. So I think quite rightly, the organising team here just pulling the plug on this one to make sure that they can get Tanak's car into a safe position.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with that car at all. So basically, there's a system inside the car which the rally organisers and officials can just push a button, and it's basically red flags the stage. That message gets through to the drivers. I don't think there's anything wrong with that M Sport Puma. He's suddenly not just backed off. It's because he's been given a message. The stage has been stopped, and he'll just cruise through to the end now. So whatever has gone on with Tanak, there you go, confirmation of that in your bottom left. We are hearing he's okay.
Oh,
there you go. So that's the arch that Elfyn Evans
exactly.
hit, and it's come down on the car. And, well, for obvious reasons, he's had to stop because it's all over the windscreen. So I imagine they're just trying to dig that off the car. But, yeah, good to see, though.
Yeah.
Great to see that could have been a big accident. Great to see that everybody's okay.
You could see when Elfyn he managed to avoid the arch, but you could see he just clipped the lines, hadn't he, that were holding it up. So I suspect bizarrely, through no fault of his own, but I don't know what this now means for Tanak's rally, because, I mean, that can't have been, we didn't see it, did we? But you'd imagine it can't have been his fault if that was a sort of deflating.
It does look like, so they've got a tyre off there as well.
Yeah, that is
right
strange.
Corner, and they've got the tyre.
Yeah, 100%. I'm just hearing now confirmed to me that it wasn't Tanak's fault. So hopefully, if this stage has been interrupted, a lot of these guys are going to get nominal time. So that should mean the same for the Estonian, because clearly that's not fair if you've got a...
What will happen is the officials again will look at that, and if you're absolutely right, if that's not Oit's fault, if it's just the hand of God, then he'll be given a nominal time as well. But interestingly though, PK, like I said, that car, it looked like it was up on the jack, and they'd taken the rear right off because there was a wheel on the floor.
Yeah, or if he got tangled up in the... But yeah, well, let's see.
I don't know what was going on, but anyway,
regardless, as we say, not his fault at all. So it should well
I'll tell you whose fault it was. Elfyn Evans' fault.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Elfyn's a slight wide moment. He took the he'd gone through a Toyota banner, and then he decided to cause a bit of a deflation to the Toyota arch as well. So that's only Tanak, Formeau and Katsuta who had actually started the stage as well. So it will take us a bit of time to get this sort of reshuffled and clearly get that arch out the way, but that should mean nominal times then for Tanak, Formeau and Katsuta. Actually, it's a strange one then for Formeau, isn't it? Because he was looking to pull away from Evans, but I mean, the Welshman clearly had lost 6 seconds, so I think that should be reflected in...
Yeah, it will be, and they'll look at the split times and everything else and then give it a time accordingly.
Adrian, it's just one of those days, a lot of weird things happening. Well, Evans kind of hit a couple of the advertisement signs, and it seems that, you know, Oit has also come into a bit of trouble with that arch that was up there, so it fell over the car. But, yeah, one of those days, huh?
It's quite unlucky for him because it happened also an animal in Poland, and then here the arch. I feel sorry for him.
I'm sure there'll be some solution for that. But before that, Adrian, tell us about how you were feeling with the car.
I was driving on highway, on the proper tarmac. The grip was so high, that was incredible. The speed we were carrying, it was mega. That was really nice stage, to be fair. Well, we know it's a tire killer, but it was so good to drive. I just tried to be clean to save a little bit of tire for the next stage. That was interesting.
I think Adrian just perfectly answered your question about, you know, you said, why would you run the hard compound tyre? When it's been cleaned, it can become very, very abrasive, as we watched Takamoto Katsuta also just cruising through the stage. But when it's been cleaned, it can become very, very abrasive. So bolting 2 softs on the front, and of course the front tyres are doing most of the work. They've got power going through them, and they're doing all the steering, and you've got lots of weight transfer on them as well. Bolting 2 softs on, you're just asking to cook them a bit. So slapping a hard one just gives you that safety net.
Yeah, this is disappointing for Katsuta. I mean, he had to wrestle his car through this beautiful stretch of road, let's be honest, earlier on with broken power steering. Now he's had to drive through in road mode. There's, yeah, as you say, it's strange that he's got the car up on... it's like he's been swapping the wheels around as he's realised he's taken the moment to... I mean, he'll know, won't he? He's like, well, there's nothing I can do about this. So he's probably just taken the opportunity. Rather than do it in the road section, he's getting his...
yeah, but he wouldn't do it in the middle of the road like that.
It does seem strange, doesn't it?
It's probably got caught up around the wheel.
That was my first instinct as well,
I think that's more likely, and they're just getting it out. You know, that wouldn't be the right place to do a tyre change.
You can see a little bit of damage there, can't you, on that front right corner of Tanak's car. And they're just coming out to just have a little... help out. It's great, this, isn't it?
You can see Oit's smiling as well, you know. He's not like... He's just going, what have I got to do?
I mean, as Formeau said, he had the bizarre incident in Poland when he was looking really, really quick, and he unfortunately hit some wildlife over there. But we're hoping, you know, we believe that, as we said, this is not Tanak's fault, but clearly an unavoidable you know, it's part of the stage furniture, isn't it? It's not like a, you know, wildlife crossing through as we had in Poland. But yeah, that front right corner, I think you might be right. Maybe that's where the rubber or whatever that arch is made of, it got wrapped around the wheel arch. So yeah, looks like they've had to do that, and it's still a busy schedule today. They're heading back towards the Liepāja base. Car all looks okay, right? Yeah, just that front right corner.
We'll get a good look at that at the end of the stage. I'm sure as well, Molly will be able to catch up with Oit. But yeah, real shame because on the splits he was absolutely flying. Yeah, it's an odd one. I have to say that's the first time in my experience at the WRC.
I've never seen that. I mean, I've seen them clip the arches before, and well, actually. Yeah, we saw Elvin clip one of the banners at the start of that incident when he flew off to the left of the stage.
Great to see as well Taka and Aaron stopping, just the sportsman-like, you know, sportsmanship in the sports, make sure that they're okay. Can we do anything? You know, at that point they've got nothing to lose, so let's just make sure everybody's all right, and that's exactly what they've done.
Yeah, well, it's been, as Molly said, quite a bizarre afternoon for a number of reasons, but the stage 14 interrupted. Hopefully we will be able to resume shortly, as we could see that the offending arch had been pulled off to one side. And here is Tanak through. You can see Taka behind him in the distance as well. So just the 3 drivers affected by this incident. Tanak, Formo and Katsuta, who you'd expect will get some sort of nominal time. Yeah, I was about to say, just 2 stages now to run.
Key thing is there, PK, it doesn't look to be too much damage to the front left of that car, so fingers crossed he'll be all right.
I'm not entirely sure what to say right now, but I'm sorry that happened. What exactly did you meet on the stage there?
Yeah, I think this describes exactly how safe fans we are in terms of race control. Probably they were having a nice meal and good wine, you know, when from the camera you could see that the road is blocked and car is coming. So well done, race control. You are really taking care of us. So good boys.
Are the 2 of you okay?
We are okay, but fucking hell, front of camera, and you could see that it's blocked and you keep it running. So as we have the systems, but hopefully it was a good wine. So.
Well, you can understand it's frustration there. But we should hopefully get this stage restarted because that incident should have been cleared away. But yeah, Taka also made it through.
Taka, obviously an interrupted stage because of what happened with Oit. But how do you shift your mindset? You get the red flag quite early on. Can you use the rest of the stage to work on something?
Yeah, for sure. When you see the red flag, you're very nervous because you don't know what's happened, and yeah, of course, just hoping that nobody gets injured or anything. Yeah, luckily he seems to be okay, but what's happened? I have no idea.
No, there was an arch that was unfortunately lying in the road because Evans hit it beforehand. So.
Okay. Okay.
Thanks.
So, for sure, even though Taka and Aaron will have been coming through the stage slowly, they'll still have been checking through the notes. Aaron will have still been reading the notes just to make sure that everything is okay, because, yeah, all right, that stage is done for this year, but you never know when you're back in it, so you do still just read the notes. But as Taka said, first thing you do when you see that red flag and you see the stage has been interrupted and you're in the stage, the first thing you think of is, I hope everybody's okay. And the main thing is, everybody is okay, and you know, fingers crossed we can get this stage going again shortly.
Yeah, I mean, Tanak was obviously already well on his way into the stage, wasn't it? Just it's a couple of minutes behind Evans, who'd obviously 3-minute intervals we were running at, weren't we, in this stage? But yeah, it all happened very quickly.
That's where that offending arch was down there. Yeah. Interestingly, I have to say as well, you know, Taka, obviously, we lost the power steering this morning. We watched them servicing the car and sorting that out. And I have to say the Toyota crew did a brilliant job with that. And basically, all it was, PK, we saw him go into the tree. When you take the front bumper off the car, there's like a crash bar that runs along the front, and it braces across the 2 chassis legs, so it attaches to the chassis legs, and there's a bar that runs between them, and that had bent, and just behind that bar is a little radiator for the power steering fluid, and that had been damaged, and ultimately it was slowly leaking and eventually lost all of the fluid, and that was that gone. So not an enormous job to repair it, but when you think about, you know, what goes into it. And I did sit and watch that service, and the Toyota guys did a great job. Meanwhile, back down on the start line, Sébastien Ogier preparing. This will be frustrating for him. Obviously, he'll know everybody's okay. That's the main thing. But he's now come to the start line, going into a really quick stage. He's lost all any tyre temp that he might have built coming down to the start of the stage, and certainly more importantly that brake temperature. So he'll be going into the stage very shortly, and it'll just take a little while, not long at the speeds they're travelling at, just to get everything back up to temperature.
Yeah, just getting confirmation coming through. Obviously, they need to just double check everything is okay in here again. So the zero safety car is understandably just having a quick blast through. So yeah, Vincent and Seb will get out of the car and get a bit of fresh air. So yeah, the zero car just coming through again to make some more double checks, just to make sure that everything's out of the way after that unfortunate incident there. Meanwhile, I'm not sure we got a chance to see all or any of the WRC2 runners through the previous stage. Just confirmation, it was once again Oliver Solberg really on the money, claimed the stage win in 13. And Haikala still did a great job of holding off Sami Pairi. But they actually set an identical time in that last stage. But yeah, these are frustrating moments, aren't they? For it happens quite regularly, don't we? We often have to make safety checks, fans in the wrong place or other incidents, but it is frustrating when it happens. You get yourself all built up, the tyres get cold, all that sort of thing.
Yeah, absolutely. And the one thing, mention the fans. I've got to say, PK, you know, the amount of fans that there are out there, all of them wearing Martin Sesks tops in the majority, but the amount of fans there are on the stage, I mean, there's thousands, and everybody behaving themselves and standing in the right places, you know, which is great to see. And we haven't really had any interruptions as a result of fans, so brilliant. So a big thank you to those guys, and that's encouraging as well.
Yep.
Seb putting his balaclava and helmet back on and getting ready to get back into the car. So fingers crossed we'll be back underway very shortly.
Yeah, and talking of Martin Sess, Chenny, obviously that is still a battle that's very much on. Yes, Seb has got in front of the local star, but he's not pulling away. It's still less than a second, 0.8 of a second, the gap between second and third place. So still work to be done this afternoon, as I mentioned. Just 2 more stages to run this afternoon. The almost 7 kilometres of the Dinsderb stage, and then we come right back to the city here in Liepāja. We're hearing we should get a restart in about 2 minutes, looking at 5:40 local time. Get this back up and running.
And that's another thing. I mean, that's not Vincent slamming the door in frustration or anything else. You just want a good positive door shut to make sure that the thing is properly closed and isn't going to fly open during the stage or anything like that. So you often see the drivers just giving it a good slam.
Yeah, well, actually, you say that. I think it was Gregoire Munster yesterday. I think in one of the stages where I was down at the stop line, the door had started swinging open. I said, well, how does that happen? And exactly that. I think he said we just hadn't closed it properly. So, yeah, absolutely. There we go.
That's a noise we all like to hear, isn't it?
So just to reflect, Evans went wide, pulled down an arch. Tanak, unfortunately, had come into the contact with that, and it means we're going to have hopefully nominal times for Tanak, Formo and Katsuta, who were obviously cast to drive through at road speeds, while Tanak got himself separated.
A Toyota branded arch literally stopped the Hyundai in its tracks, unfortunately, didn't it? But that's the way it goes. And like I said, main thing is everybody's okay. That's it. The officials will have a job on their hands now, working out the nominal times to make it fair.
Just going to say as well, because Tanak was looking really good, wasn't he, to keep the pressure on Martin Sess third place. He was only 10.4 seconds behind the local start. Just to that engine note, we should be going very shortly.
There we go. And things go now. There you go.
So we're back up and running then. We still have Seb Ogier, Martin Sess, Kalle Rovanperä, the leading trio to come through. So lots still to be fought over here in the sunshine in the Vatpils stage. Only one, as we mentioned, that's been repeated, so there will be a lovely clean line. Here's another look at that wonderful flowing nature to this stage. Good. We'll get to enjoy the early part of this stage we haven't seen a great deal of as well. Now we had to chase Seb all the way from the beginning.
Tell you what, PK, you can tell there is a massive amount of grip to play with because the cars are so balanced. This is where Taka got it all wrong earlier and ended up in that tree on the left.
Yeah.
No such issues for Sebastian Ogier, but you could just see through that fast stuff. The car looked like it was absolutely on rails. You know, he wasn't having to correct at all, despite the fact he was flat. He wasn't having to correct at all. So, yeah, big grip through there. And as I think it was Thierry who said, we know this stage is a tyre killer. And that's what he's talking about. It's a very abrasive, but it gives you huge amounts of grip. So Sebastian Ogier can really attack this stage now, and he'll know as well in the first few corners how much grip you've got to play with.
Yeah, and apologies again if you're just joining us. So we do have a couple of technical issues. This is why we're not seeing any onboard cameras, using a different form of technology to even bring you these helicopter pictures. Just unforeseen, unfortunate circumstances out here today, but it's meant we can carry on bringing you pictures, and it's a wonderful stage out here. 13 kilometres just under. A few shirts off out there, the sun beating down now. I mean, it said it was only 22 degrees at the top of the show, but I tell you what, it feels a lot warmer than that, even down here on we're right on the beach side.
Based on how red you've gone, it certainly feels warmer.
Barely been outside. It's actually it was changed a lot through the week, actually. It was quite cloudy at times yesterday. But yeah, now going to be really interesting, isn't it, to see this battle unfold between Cesc and Ogier.
Yeah, just talking about the temperature as well. I mean, that's another thing about the tyres. If it's really hot and you're working really hot ambient temperatures, of course, straight away the surface temperature's warmer, the tyre will get hotter quicker, and then that forces your hand. You can't really use the soft tyre, you have to use the hard. So because the soft compound tyre will just deteriorate very, very quickly. It'll go into an operating window really quick and then go out the other side of it very quickly as well. But I have to say, so far, that Pirelli soft tyre, which has been the dominant tyre this weekend, that's been the one that everyone has been using, has stood up to the conditions ever so well.
And here is the man of the moment, Martin Cesc, local hero, 5th place in Poland. He's set for at least a podium finish on home soil, but does he want more? As we mentioned, due to this unfortunate incident with Tanak, we're not sure what nominal time the Estonian will be given. There's a lovely jump early on here for the Frenchman up ahead. But yeah, just a reminder, 0.8 of a second between Ogier and Cesc in what is a fight for second. Fans out there enjoying the show, as they have been all weekend. First time, remember, we've come to Latvia, 37th country to host WRC rounds. Plenty of experience in European competition, which has meant they've got plenty of experience to run the show. Ogier now passing the 7-kilometre marker. Here's our rally leader then. That's the last 3 men of the Rally 1 class to come through.
Yeah, Sebastian Ogier 1.2 seconds down on Oyt Tanak's effort at the 6.75-kilometre mark. So obviously we know that Oyt Tanak did not score an official time because of what happened, but at 6.7 kilometres, Sebastian Ogier 1.2 seconds down to Tanak. So Oyt Tanak was really flying in the stage.
Yeah, it's frustrating, isn't it? We didn't get to see what he could have done to chase down Cesc. Here is Ogier now, bearing down on the finish line. He's at 1.2 seconds. The last sort of finish time we have at speed time was Neuville still, wasn't it? So Ogier 1.2 seconds quicker than the Belgian. That's at just under 7 kilometres. And yeah, just into the last couple of Ks now. There's the chopper. Here he comes into view, the 8-time world champion.
Yeah, I think he's going to monster Thierry Neuville's time, PK, but again, still just dropping 0.2 of Tanak's effort. So, yeah, up until this point, Oyt Tanak was on an absolute stormer, wasn't he? But I think for now, Sebastian Ogier should be setting the pace through here.
Yeah, it certainly seems so. 2.5 seconds up at 10.7 kilometres. That's on Neuville. But it's certainly the man from Latvia behind. He'll be wanting to to keep at arm's length, and he's looking good at the moment. He's a second and a half up on the Latvian.
That's how it's done, nice and clean and neat and tidy, and no issues there for Sébastien Ogier.
So a bit of a delay, but Seb does make it through, 2.6 seconds quicker than Neuville. And it's over to Martin Sesks, who's a few minutes behind on the road. And great to see Seb back in action, hasn't it, this weekend, after an unfortunate incident before Rally Poland that forced him to pull out last minute. Good job as well, you know, keeping your concentration with that delayed start. It can't be easy.
Yeah, and that's where he'll draw on all of his experience, you know, 8 times world champion for a reason. The thing is, it'd just be getting the tyres and the temperature and everything, and the brakes up to temperature. Let's hear from him.
That's a great time. 2.6 quicker than anyone in there. Second pass conditions, how did it go?
Well, we have to wait behind because that's where the fight is at the moment. And yeah, it's never easy when you have a big start, waiting time. It's an incredibly fast stage.
Martins is down on the split, so it looks like you've had a good push through there.
How much?
So the last split is 1.6 down.
Yeah, let's see. At the end, there was some pole missing at the junction that they didn't know, and if he knew it from some friend, maybe, then he could be quite faster. But so there's still a chance to catch some time at the end.
I'll tell you what, he's got him a little bit rattled here, the young, the 24-year-old Latvian, hasn't he? Great to watch, isn't it? Okay, Julian and Grass in our team. It's just wonderful, isn't it? The change of generations and watching these young guns test themselves against the very best. Here he is then, man of the moment. As Molly just mentioned, 1.6 down after 5 kilometres. Helicopter again, chasing them along the Browder Hill. Here is that shot. As he mentioned to us earlier on, I mean, it's an iconic stage, it feels, in this part of the world, this one.
Oh, it's a mega stretch of road. For any rally driver, this is like a dream stretch of road to send a rally car down. Yeah, and for Martin Sesks, he'll be absolutely, well, he is absolutely living the dream. Lots of family and friends in this stage watching him as well, so I'm just trying to keep an eagle eye out for where that pole might be missing that Seb mentioned.
Yeah. Well, it sounds like
anti-cut devices there and there, so...
Yeah, we're seeing them used quite regularly in here. There's a lot of roadside ditches. Well, Seb's already had a nibble into one of those. There's that corner that caught out quite a few of the later runners earlier on. That's everyone safely through there. You can just hear the support in the background, can't you? Air horns and whistles, and that is a stunning view, isn't it?
Yeah, it's beautiful. Just keep it pinned all the way to the boards. 2.4 seconds slower than Sébastien Ogier. A good run through for Ogier.
Yeah, it really was, wasn't it? And it does extend that gap to more than a second now, obviously. That's just under 3.5 now, the gap, but still this boy is doing a mighty job out there. Still 2 stages to run today, remember, before we head out to Super Sunday, and we have 64 kilometres to run on the final day. So Sess with a 5:46.4, still comfortable in 3rd place.
And he did a 5:53.9 through here, so the stage definitely that's how much quicker it is, how much more grip there is to play with. Between the first run and the second run.
Martin's 2.4 seconds down on Seb. Does that mean he's taken a lot of risk, or have you backed off a little bit?
This stage was such a high grip, so I really didn't know how fast I should approach it, and yeah, we were a bit too cautious, I would say. But yeah, it was still a nice stage and very, very fast, and it was like concrete.
The thing is, PK, that's a really mature approach, because that's the first time he'll have had a huge amount of grip to play with that car, and when you don't know where the limits are, it's very, very easy to over-explore them and end up having an off. and throwing all that hard work away. So Martin's taking a really mature approach to this and going, I didn't know actually quite how close I could get to the limit, so I didn't want to find it.
Yeah, do you know what? One man who is quite good at finding the limit is the crew on your team right now. Kalle Rovanperä, I think he's won all but one stage today. I knew Tanak's broken that stage-winning monopoly on Saturday, and he's looking good again in here. 1.8 seconds up after 6.7 kilometres.
Yeah, it's going to be another stage win in here for Rovanperä.
Yeah, I mean, even that early pace from Tanak before his unfortunate incident, it's, I think even, yeah, that was being surpassed by Kalle in here. 3.3 seconds up now after 10 kilometres.
That Toyota's working really well on this fast stuff as well. Look how planted the car is. You know, he's not having to fight it at all. It's just doing what he wants it to do.
Interesting, wasn't it, that tactic this morning, carrying 2 spare tyres? He kind of admitted, didn't he, that it was an unnecessary indulgence, let's call it. But, yeah, gone back to just the 5 tyres. He's got 1 hard in the package as well. And that is yet another stage win today for our world champion. So that's 5 out of 6 fastest times today. Boy, if we didn't know it before, I don't think he's going to be caught here unless disaster strikes for the Finn. Let's not wish that on him, though, because he more than deserves, and we've seen this time and again, haven't we? Once he gets in the mood, he just pulls away into the distance. It's quite incredible.
Yeah, it's been a phenomenal drive from Kalle Rovanperä, but as I said, it's what comes so naturally to him. A lot of the other drivers have to, it doesn't come as naturally. They have to work for it a little bit, and it's just the fact that it is, you know, it's bred into him from a little boy. He has been driving cars, and he just gets that feeling that just comes to him so naturally, as I said, and he's just, and you ask him how he does it, he says, I don't know, it just happens. And it's, as I said, it's the same sort of thing with Lewis Hamilton, Max Verstappen, anyone who's at the top of their game in motorsport. This man's right up there as well.
Kalle, we just heard from Martins that the grip was like concrete in there. You've just set an amazing time, almost 4 seconds quicker than anybody else. How do you do it?
Yeah, the grip was really high. I was thinking that maybe I save a bit the tires for the next one, but I was having so much fun that I didn't do it then at the end. It's only 6K, so we should be fine. But yeah, for sure, it was a huge grip, and I think the tire wear was also really big, but we should be okay.
Yeah, that's fun, isn't it? I think he said earlier on, in a lot of the stages, that's a scary thing. It sounds like he's left a little bit in the stage as well, which is quite unnerving. Meanwhile, Oliver Solberg having a terrific day out there, leading the class of WRC2. He was coming under a bit of pressure through the morning, but it looks like he's found another level this afternoon.
Yeah, Oliver doing a great job, and he did do yesterday, and is continuing to do so today. And the one thing I just want to refer back to, if I can, PK, is what Kalle Rovanperä said. I was having so much fun. If you're enjoying your rallying and you're having fun, the times will come, and you know, and Kalle just getting stuck in and enjoying himself. That's what it's all about. And another man who's doing that is Oliver Solberg. Oliver has been, you know, after he struggled a little bit on day one, Oliver's got that car hooked up, and it's giving him confidence to attack the stages.
Yeah, 6:03.8.
He hasn't got the optimum line to play with, because, as I said, the dimensions of a Rally 2 car and a Rally 1 car are different between WRC2 and Rally 1, but nonetheless, the grip will still be considerably higher than it was. But again, the people coming a little bit later on may have a slight advantage, but Oliver was able to drive around that this morning on the first run through, so no reason why he can't do it again on this run.
Yeah, that's just over 11 seconds quicker than his first run through here this morning for Oliver.
Oliver, a lot quicker than the first run. I guess you're glad to get a second pass at one stage today. What was it like?
That was nice, very abrasive, very hard in the line, and very hard for the tires. But it's cool to drive on such high grip also, but it's difficult. Straight away you hit off line, it's no grip. So it's good fun, but just trying to control everything.
Yeah, all in control then for Oliver. And a terrific fight as well, haven't we, between the two Finns. Just behind him, Mikko Heikkilä, former Finnish national champion, doing just enough to hold off Sami Pairi.
Clean through there this time. That's where Mikko had that little issue this morning, just ran wide, and we said it was a moment, he said it wasn't, but it definitely was. And but no, for Mikko, nice and tidy through there. And you said a great fight between Sami Pairi and Mikko Heikkilä.
And yeah, Heikkilä just a couple of seconds down on Oliver Solberg in there, but it was this man once again, Kalle Rovanperä, winning the stage. He's won all but one, remember, on this second day. And what a joy it is to watch the two-time world champion. Stage classification then, he won it by 3.9 seconds there in the end from Seb Ogier. Martin Sess there in third place. Of course, Tanak, Katsuta and Formo don't register a time there. They will receive nominal times for an incident caused by Evans sliding wide and clipping a advertising arch that unfortunately came down on the stage. So a little bit of shuffling to do there with the times, but still all to play for with two stages to run. And yeah, a lot of time still to be reflected there. But Ogier, 41 seconds down. That's plenty more to come, and Super Sunday awaits tomorrow as well. Make sure you join us again for the grand finale. A busy Saturday today, but for now, it is goodbye from Latvia.
And have a go at it all again.
We will reset the times and go again. 12 minutes about to be put on the clock. The track temperature at 31 degrees. Way down from where they were practicing yesterday in the mid-50s when they were out on track, and down from where they were earlier in their qualifying simulations in FP3. In FP3, it was Lando Norris who was top of the pile. It is a revised Red Bull, and it is a revised Red Bull that they'll still be understanding the updates they've brought to that car, but they're having to update that car because of the step forward that McLaren have taken consistently every single time they have brought an update in 2024.
Yeah, they've hit a sweet spot, haven't they, with their correlation between CFD, wind tunnel, and the racetrack. And you see it at certain moments for race teams when everything they do seems to be right, and then just when they're all patting each other on the back about how wonderful they are, they then fall into a period like we saw with Mercedes the last couple of years where they just don't seem to have found that. But their comeback is in place, and McLaren now arguably have the fastest single lap car out there.
But it's about delivering the performance when it matters. That has been the story hanging over McLaren for recent races, how they would love to lock out the front row here. They know they've got a chance to do it. The driver who's going to be contending in the mix as well, though, a three-time champion of the world with a 84-point advantage in this year's World Championship. He was the winner here last year. He took the lead in the opening meters of the Grand Prix, Max Verstappen. Let's hear from him.
Doesn't make that lack of a toe count, Max.
Well, difficult to make a lack of a toe count unless it's reverse psychology, and it means lack of dirty air when you're in the corners. You know, a toe is a toe. Someone punching a hole in the air for you.
I can't quite understand that one either. Everyone can back off and create their own space. It's not really the sort of circuit for towing anyway, because naturally it's quite tight and twisty after the first couple of corners.
We have seen toes from non-Red Bull cars for Max Verstappen make a difference, though. He took pole position in Imola. I know it's a longer straight in Imola, but he took pole position there after getting a tow from Nico Hülkenberg, who was in that session, and just the placement of the car. Verstappen will be the first car to set a lap time. Norris is out there completely the other end of the scale. He's just at turn number 1, and there is rain forecast in the air. What's the intensity going to be?
The second run could be affected by rain, so this could be the one.
It could be one and done then for the 10 best drivers in Formula One qualifying at the Hungarian Grand Prix. Red Bull and Max Verstappen, who've had to dig deep. They've had to do it with the strategy. They've had to do it with the driver's skill. They've placed the World Championship leader at the head of the queue, with rain potentially forecast after these first runs.
Yeah, and he got nice run through the first bit of traffic, and Lance Stroll being very fair. He's got Ricciardo up in 5 as he navigates his way through the blind short apex high speed 4. Ricciardo clearly getting out of the way there.
8 times this year, Max Verstappen has been on pole position. He's looking to throw down a time that no one has an answer to, especially if they don't get a second run. We make our way through the corners with Verstappen just trying to find that best lap time. It's a 27.5 in the first sector, a 26.9 in the second part of the lap. He's got 2 corners to go before he puts his time on the board, looking for his 9th pole position of the season and 41st all-time as he goes past the McLaren that's going to try and provide him with an answer. That's Lando Norris. Can he line up a tow that Verstappen didn't get? Time to beat a 1:15.555.
And look at the way that he jumps immediately off the racing line to not give Norris a tow. Piastri's not done the job in the first 2 sectors. He's good in the final sector, but there's a 3/10 gap between the first Red Bull and the first McLaren. Norris only now starts a flyer.
He will hope it stays dry. 3rd place for Carlos Sainz. Doesn't have an answer to Piastri or Max Verstappen. What about Lewis Hamilton? 9 times on pole position at this circuit in the past, but he can't get onto the provisional front row as it stands. He's ahead of Carlos Sainz, 3rd place for him, fighting the car, soaring away at the steering wheel. Charles Leclerc, one of 4 pole sitters so far this year, he's up to 3rd.
Norris is doing it on this lap. He's within 0.5 of Verstappen in the first sector, but he is coming alive in the middle part, sweeping through the fast, high-speed sequence, and we get a middle sector. Now it's the fastest of anyone.
5th place for Fernando Alonso. Norris has been great in that middle part of the lap all the way through the weekend. It is faster than Max Verstappen. This is the penultimate corner of the racetrack for a driver who is chasing pole position number 3 in Formula One. He'll want to get it done on the first run in case the rain is arriving. Lando Norris to the line and to the front of the field by 0.3 of a second. That's provisional pole and then some.
That is a mighty lap, no question at all. So let's hope the weather holds, because then we can see what Verstappen has in response, but that is going to be a difficult one to beat.
What a lap from Norris. This is a sort of circuit normally it's fine margins. Hamilton was on pole last year by 0.003 of a second. The year before, Russell was on pole by less than 0.5. That is a whopping margin, not just to Verstappen, but to Piastri as well, who was also on a new set of soft tyres. They were like for like, and Norris just hooked that up.
He's looked likely on the evidence of the practice sessions, but when it counts with the pressure on, that is a big margin to take into what could be the final runs of the session. Will we get the opportunity with rain in the air? We saw Lance Stroll over the line to go into 8th place. Sonoda is currently ahead of Daniel Ricciardo. They're 9th and 10th. This is Oscar Piastri on his push lap in the 2nd DRS.
Yeah, that was the opener in the lap, just as he came out of turn 1 already in a bit of stability, difficulty with the rear there. So we saw a message come up on the screen with Verstappen saying some light drizzle. That puts you in the situation where you either bang his head on and go right now and try and ride it out before, or you wait right to the end and see where you are. But well and truly advantage Norris.
That oversteer for Piastri on the exit of, you see the Mercedes, and you see they're going really early, aren't they? They know the rain's coming as Norris is only just coming in the pit, so he's put a blinding time on the board, but now he's vulnerable to everyone else heading out as he's heading in. The Piastri oversteer, when you exit the first corner and you're immediately fighting the car, spiking the rear temperatures, it just saps your confidence as well heading into the next corner, and you often find that then you lose the balance through a few of them, a bit like we saw with Hamilton in Q2.
Yeah, Piastri pretty much has been within a 10th or so of Norris in all the previous sessions, so that whopping 6/10 gap shows the difficulty he had on that particular lap.
Okay, 5 minutes to go. We're into final run territory. Pole position in 2022 decided by 400ths. 2023 decided by 3,000ths. At the moment, it's a 3/10 gap between first and second. Norris and Verstappen, who were joined by many other contenders at Silverstone in a Grand Prix for the ages last time out at the British Grand Prix. But the race before that in the dry, they were separated by nothing. They opened the door to the third place driver. Piastri was centimetres away from being that driver ready to pick up the pieces, but he had his time deleted in Austria. He'll be aware that third place for appearance in the top three for just the second time this season would allow him, should it get spicy once again between Norris and Verstappen. Those are questions for tomorrow. We'll bring it back to today. Only one question in the air. Is the track in a condition for drivers to improve their lap time?
Still looks like it is at the moment, but everyone's getting on with it because they know there's some rain incoming. Leclerc waiting with the engines fired up, and he's going to be ready to be released, as Piastri is going to be the first main contender then to get on with the second effort.
We've put DC's head out of the back of the commentary box. What's it looking like out there, DC?
Yeah, well, it is a little bit of drizzle, so we're definitely going to find out very soon whether Piastri, he should improve immediately if the track conditions, well, there you go, Alonso giving the further confirmation.
Full beans from Piastri, though. This is commitment through the first sector. Oh, and there we go.
Oh, there's your answer. It's still game on for pole position. Something that Oscar Piastri has never had in his Formula One career. He's only in his second season in the sport, but he's trying to wrestle it away. Light rain is falling elsewhere. Can Piastri attack early on? Sainz finding a much bigger improvement. This one is not settled yet. 3 minutes to go. Improving times on the racetrack.
Where are they finding these times? Sainz as well. You know, Piastri with, he must have come in and looked at the gap to his teammate and thought, gulp. But he's dug deep. Verstappen bringing it down further. So, well, Alex, I'm going to have to strap you down because I think you're going to be hitting the comm box roof anytime soon.
Let's see what Oscar Piastri can do, chasing his maiden pole position in Formula One. He's missed out by 200ths of a second. It's a provisional front row for McLaren. Sainz in the mix, though. Verstappen in the mix. Who can get to the front row? Who can get to pole?
Sainz fighting the car. The Ferrari's not so good as the lap continues and the time ebbing away for Carlos Sainz, but what can Verstappen do about Norris's benchmark?
This looks good for Max Verstappen. He goes past Lando Norris. Norris will get the right of reply. He will hope the rain stays light, but Verstappen gunning to the line. Verstappen just misses out. He's behind Norris. He's behind Piastri, and he finds himself in third place as Yuki Tsunoda finds the barrier, and the red flag comes out with an all-McLaren front row with a V-carb in the wall. And Verstappen got close. He was 400ths of a second away. Yuki Tsunoda is okay, but the red flag is flying to interrupt the push laps of Alonso, of Ricciardo, and the man who dropped it pushing on there, Norris, didn't get a right of reply, not at this stage.
Yeah, it's just as well for him that he didn't get jumped by Piastri and Verstappen because he would not have been able to improve.
Oh, it's a big one for Yuki Tsunoda. You can see the wheel off in the background there. He's made his way he's scraped his way down the Armco barrier. And Tsunoda finds himself dropping it on the exit of 5. Let's go on board into turn 4.
It's a very unusual place for him to end up. It's on the outside of turn 5, which is newly crossed.
Oh my word!
He launched off it, up high into the barrier.
Okay, something happened. Sorry.
Yeah, very unusual. Very, very unusual. You know, he was definitely running wide, but you would have expected, Julian, just to see the rear step out on him, but it actually looked like the whole car just was like a magnet to the Armco barrier.
Well, so that bit of infrastructure there on the outside of turn 5 has been changed. That used to just be asphalt runoff, that you could go 4 wheels off track limits. Now it's been sort of grass-greeted, astroturfed, and as soon as you drop a wheel on it, it drags you off wide. You cannot commit, and it's a natural deterrent. But there, he's gone over it and then just caught a lip of it, obviously, at the end, and has launched him up into that barrier, high up on the barrier. That could have been could have been a frightening one for Yuki.
You don't want to be much higher up on the wall than that, because then you're into territory of do you go beyond it. Yuki Tsunoda, you could see by the way he leapt behind the barrier, leapt back behind, the adrenaline pumping for the Japanese driver. Most importantly, he's okay, and he finds himself into the medical car. The 24-year-old is all right. The marshal's going to work. 2 minutes and 13 seconds on the clock. Verstappen really strong in that first sector. The time falling away at the end of the lap. The top three separated by 0.04 of a second. Norris, Piastri and Verstappen, with the clock paused just over 2 minutes.
Yeah, there is technically time for an outlap and one flying lap. Has anyone got the tyres with which to do that?
Let's check in with Ruth Busker.
Yes, well, as you say, with 2:13 on the clock, there is time for an outlap, but maybe not for all 9 cars, because that is tight. You need about 1:35 left on the clock as you physically roll out of the outlap. And as you say, tyre allocation makes a difference. And potentially the Aston Martins that saved that extra soft tyre, maybe, as we hear from Norris.
They are going to restart the session.
Yep, so they're going out on used tyres. They're the only ones they've got left, but clever to get out in the front of that queue.
We will get a resumption of the session. This one is not settled at the front of the field yet, and Norris being told on the radio, we will get a restart after this big crash for Yuki Tsunoda. Went off the road at turn 5. We go through turn number 4, and then it's going to be off the road and a high strike into the wall.
Yeah, it would be good to see a different angle to try and understand what it was that launched the car up to such a high impact with the barrier. And unfortunately, it looks like we're just catching that. It's a very unusual place to have an incident, so we haven't seemed to have caught that early enough to understand what the launch was. But meanwhile, Norris on what is effectively, it's done an outlap. He didn't actually launch the lap, I think, when the red flag came out. So there's enough energy to have sort of taken the edge off those tyres. It won't quite be the new feeling, Jolene, that you would normally love to feel when you're going out for a quali lap.
No, and what he needs, in theory, is perfection. He's trying to do the best lap that no one else could match. Stop having a little oversteer out of the final corner. He didn't need much. He needed half a tenth, and he was frustrated with it. There was more on the table there as Norris was starting his flying lap, but didn't manage to get one in. I think McLaren, they're just defending track position here. Verstappen's done, so McLaren are done.
Max Verstappen, so many moments of joy, so many victories, so many pole positions. He was chasing pole position 41 there. The determination, striking the steering wheel in frustration of missing out by very nearly half a tenth of a second around a 2.7 mile, 4.3 kilometer lap. Motivation sky high after all of the winning. Brilliant to see the battle between Norris, Piastri and Verstappen. McLaren versus the Red Bull for pole.
Spots of rain as well. This is an outlap of victory celebration for both McLarens.
Be aware that others may try and race you on the outlap, and we do want to start this lap.
Yep.
That's the hurry up before he's even left the pit lane from race engineer to Oscar Piastri.
Well, they don't need to. They've got a McLaren front row. This is just about the individual drivers, assuming that that rain does give them an opportunity. But Norris has the fresher tyres, and that punch of the steering wheel suggests to me that Max, we didn't see his lap on board. He must have made a small mistake somewhere.
He had a slight oversteer coming out of the final corner, but he won't be the only one to do that. The rear tyres at that point are giving up. You're asking for a lot from the traction there as you're loaded coming through a long medium speed corner. I wonder if earlier on there was something more for Max. It was a well hooked up lap generally. He improved all his sectors, was the fastest man through the first sector, just couldn't quite keep it in. Piastri was actually the fastest man in the final sector, which made the difference with him compared to Max.
And we await the green light at the end of the pit lane after Yuki Tsunoda hit the barrier, and McLaren staring at a first front row lockout since 2012.
And rain. So rain expected at 17:20, which is in 5 minutes time.
I mean, these guys can relax. they're on a scrub tyre. No one's going to improve. No one's going to take away that front row lockout here from McLaren. They've gone out. They've done the safe thing. They've taken the front spot. They can react if Verstappen was to go out, but he's not, and he's used all his tyres.
He's having conversations, Max Verstappen. He's ready to speak down in Parc Fermé in the interviews that we'll get after the session, but we're waiting for the resumption. Final 2 minutes of Formula One qualifying. So McLaren with Norris and Piastri finding themselves with Norris staring at a third career pole, Piastri staring at a second top 3 start of the year. He was on the front row in Monaco. He might be on the front row for the place they call Monaco without the barriers, even though it does have barriers. I never understood that. One of Formula One's great cliches. Max Verstappen won't be heading back out there with 2 minutes to go.
So VCarb have lost out a lot here. They didn't run new tyres at the start of the session, ended up 9th and 10th. Tsunoda was trying to make up on the last lap, something magic. They're going to finish 9th and 10th, which is still good for them, but they've left the door open, and it's Aston Martin who have somehow turned this weekend around. Loads of new parts on the car. Weren't very happy with it yesterday. It's come alive.
Priority here, Oscar, is on not getting any sporting infringements or penalties. So that means not excessively impeding cars in the pit exit.
You see his eyes there, sort of racing driver eye roll or open widening of the eye. Is like, okay, Sherlock, I understand.
They're panicky, aren't they? They've got 1-2. It's done. They're qualifying for McLaren. They're just trying to find ways that it might possibly go wrong for them at this stage. Still jittery.
I think after the session that we've seen, you can understand why. We know with all the logic that no one's got the new tyres, no one's got a chance to improve. I love the message going, look, we've marked off everyone else. We've got track position in the pit lane, but please don't do anything that could get us a penalty, because for the first time in 12 years, McLaren are on the brink of having the top 2 cars when the 5 red lights go on. We're used to that for so many years, week in, week out. It's been a long road back to lock out that front row, and they're not taking any chances.
And that is the benefit of having 2 cars in the fight as well. You have a chance to put your teammate between yourself and the main threat for tomorrow, which is still going to be Verstappen for Norris or for Piastri. There's 2 of them, which gives them big strategic advantages into the race. They can cover off Verstappen. So long as they keep that pace at the start, they can cover him off with 1 car, and then there's still a buffer to the race leader.
And there is the message that Q3 will resume for its thrilling conclusion of the cars exiting the pit lane. You can see the rain is coming down at exactly the time it was forecast. And Piastri has taken another step forward when it mattered. He's got ahead of Max Verstappen. Carlos Sainz will be the lead Ferrari as it stands. The one Mercedes in Q3 was Lewis Hamilton. 5th is pretty low down the order, considering he's a phenomenal record around this circuit. He's been on pole 9 times before and took the most recent pole position here last year. What a load of action the fans have been treated to across the day so far. It was easy dry running in FP3. It was a really, really intriguing and intense Formula 2 race, and now it's been up and down and up for grabs in the Formula 1 qualifying hour coming to its conclusion, and Daniel Ricciardo putting the driver gloves on. Team principal of Red Bull Racing there, Christian Horner, looking on after another mixed day for his team. But Max Verstappen staring a 3rd place out of the car. Fernando Alonso is out of the car as well. And we're ready for the resumption in 50 seconds time. So visor up there for Lance Stroll. His teammate is already going through the admin of getting weighed, and then we'll go and speak to the media behind the building you're looking at there.
So I think in theory, Daniel Ricciardo, sitting behind Piastri there, has a chance to improve, because he did very little. He only did a couple of corners on that set of tyres before the red flag for his teammate crashing up the road. So in theory, he's got some tyre life left, but it's so difficult at this stage. There's still some rain in the air that puts doubts in your mind, even if it doesn't really wet the track. You've got a suboptimal outlap because everyone's slightly pressed for time with 2 minutes 13 on the clock, and Ricciardo's a few cars further back. The McLaren's got no incentive for anyone to do another lap, so the light goes green and Norris does not rush out, although he doesn't want to get an infringement, as I'm sure both drivers have been told. Ricciardo is probably someone that could potentially improve, but he has got to find 3/10 to get to Stroll, half a second to get to Alonso.
Well, we have a green light to begin the final chapter of Q3. It is a session that has provided us with shocks. Sergio Perez, George Russell out in the first part of qualifying. An opportunity presented itself. It was taken by the two V-cubs of Tsunoda and Ricciardo. They made their way through, but Tsunoda wide at turn 5 into the barrier. Big impact. He reported he is okay, and so we have this lengthy delay, but now the car's back out onto the circuit, and Lando Norris is staring at a third career pole. He's not quite got it yet, he's just waiting for the checkered flag, but it's a minute away as we make our way round the circuit. Minute to go. Lewis Hamilton in 5th place there. A lot of dust on the racing line. That's where Tsunoda went off.
Yeah, that won't help things at all. Everything's stacked against anyone improving at the end, including the clock, which is ticking down for those drivers at the back of the queue, which is the two Ferraris. Tsunoda rattled down the barriers, didn't he, quite a lot, from where he jumped into the wall exit of turn 5, ended up down at 6, and dragged a load of grass and muck onto the racing line as well. Norris will start a flying lap. He'll have 30 seconds on the clock, but that won't matter. It'll be one flyer for Lando. And remember, he also has pretty much new tyres.
Yes, he did not get a right of reply. He didn't need a right of reply. It would have been a nervous wait if Max Verstappen had managed to find half a tenth and jump the two McLarens. But as it is, the opportunity is within his grasp. Norris knows that he can attack on fresh tyres. We'll watch out for Daniel Ricciardo as well. Tsunoda into the barriers, Alonso out of the car, Verstappen not taking part in this final 2-minute section as Norris way off it in that first part of the lap, and he will be smiling inside the car. Sainz peels back into the pits. They all went into the fast lane to get track position out onto the circuit, but there's light rain in the air, and there's two papaya cars on the front row of the grid. For the first time since 2012, it's McLaren who will lead the field, a front row lockout for the first time since Jenson Button and Lewis Hamilton at the Brazilian Grand Prix of 2012. Now in 2024, it's Lando Norris and Oscar Piastri, with Verstappen still bound to be a contender. Sainz the lead Ferrari, Hamilton in 5th, and is there any opportunity for Daniel Ricciardo as Lando Norris comes in to celebrate a 3rd career pole position, and he did it on the first run.
He had to do it on the first run. What a lap it was. Piastri and Verstappen both had challenges but couldn't quite get there. It ends up being one of those famously close Hungarian Grand Prix qualifying sessions. 3 cars separated by less than half a tenth in the end. Ricciardo is going to finish a lap, jumps ahead of his teammate, but nothing more.
So Daniel Ricciardo out-qualifies Yuki Tsunoda for the 4th time this year, and he found a lap time good enough to beat him by 0.03 of a second. Celebration time down at McLaren. Their first front row lockout in 12 years, a 3rd career pole for Lando Norris, a career best equaling 2nd on the grid for Oscar Piastri. He's been at the front of the field for a sprint race, but not a Grand Prix. And the man who broke the largest trophy last year pays tribute to that with the porcelain crash helmet design. Will want to get his hands on the real thing tomorrow. He's given himself the best possible opportunity. He will start the Hungarian Grand Prix from the front of the field for the first time in his career, the 3rd time in a Formula One Grand Prix of any description. McLaren on top in Budapest. behind. It was Verstappen in third, Sainz in fourth, Hamilton was fifth, then Leclerc, Alonso out-qualifying Lance Stroll, which has not been a given in recent times, 8-5 up in the qualifying head-to-head, and Daniel Ricciardo getting ahead of Yuki Tsunoda as the admin is completed. But top of the pile in FP2.
of Rally Latvia. Now, if you are just joining us for the first time this afternoon, then I'll go through our different kind of broadcasting style for this afternoon. Our coverage has been compromised this afternoon by a fault with our relay aircraft, which has never happened before. So it's unfortunate, and we apologise that we won't be able to bring you all of the images that we want to today. Basically, all the onboards you normally see are all relayed through the aircraft. So are the heli images, everything pretty much visually. So we are able to bring you some coverage, but we're using a more rudimentary method to do that. So apologies, it's not quite as it is. It should all be resolved by tomorrow. But we are going a little bit old school with the coverage this afternoon and chatting away, giving you as much information as we can and some images as well to couple that. So myself, Bex Williams, Julien Ingracia alongside me, of course, 8-time World Rally Champion co-driver, or who better to have here sat next to me to chat away as we have a look at stage 15. Esa-Pekka Lappi is in it right now. Now, the start shares the same start sector as we saw for stage 13 overall. This, though, is different in nature to stage 13. We heard the drivers talk, Julien, a lot about the technicality of stage 13, how much they actually liked it. This one is slightly different. It's a lot faster out there.
Yes, we will have the 2 first kilometers that are the main common sections in between the 2 stages. And then we will have, a more straight way to the finish line, let's say. We're going to maybe discover it with few images, but what is for sure is that this is once again a stage where you will have to face some fresh conditions. You know what we are speaking about when we say that gravel pollution on the road, meaning that you might adapt either your setup on the car and also your driving style.
Yeah.
And this is a difficulty, and we heard many drivers saying that you start on a place where you have a good grip, and suddenly after 2.5 kilometers you start to be confident, to feel good, and you have to switch off a little bit your brain in race mode and to be a bit more in the safe side, let's say.
Well, let's run you through quickly the standings as we have them right now. You can see Lappi is not far away from the finish of the stage. Rovanperä has got a great lead. You can see it on the graphic here on the screen. 41.3 seconds is the advantage over Ogier, with Martin Sesks in 3rd position. He's 3.2 seconds adrift of Ogier. Oyt Tänak is in 4th position overall, 6.8 seconds behind Sesks. Then we've got Formeau in 5th position overall, 22.4 seconds behind Tänak. Evans is in 6th position overall, 18.8 seconds adrift of Formeau. Then we've got Taka in 7th. Neuville is in 8th, as we see Esa-Pekka Lappi here. And it won't be long before we get an overall time for him on the board as well, as he completes what is stage 15 overall. And there it is, 2:58.3 is the time. So we're up with the heli now, which is fantastic to see, so we can see a little bit of action with Neuville. We've got another stage after this tonight, and that is the Liepāja City stage, which we have seen run previously on ERC events. So 2 more to go this evening. They are super short, though. This just 6.6 kilometers in length.
And the next one will be 2.5. We will have time to speak about the city stage later, but this is not a stage that we can take with an easy mind, let's say, because you can lose a lot in those kind of places. But we will see. For the moment, we are on those fast sections. Maybe a jump here. We can see the small panels on the left side of the road. You know, this is a way to measure the
jump distance
of the jump.
The soft compound Pirelli tyre right the way around then for Thierry Neuville.
And with this heli view, we can also appreciate the efforts and the work of the organizer of the rally, because you see all the barriers, all the safety equipments, all the straw bales and everything that has been set into the stage. And here in Latvia, from the mouth of everyone, it has been a huge job, because we spoke a lot of all those anti-cut poles, the straw bales and everything. sometimes it was maybe a bit too much, as the nature itself of the roads was a bit degraded because of that. But in the end, this is the same for everyone. If you touch one of those anti-cut poles, you will have some damage on your car.
Yeah.
So you have to play the game.
Yeah, you certainly do. Now, Emil Lindholm hit a bank and broke his rear wheel and suspension on stage 14, the previous stage. That's game over for the day for him, which is a real shame. We're watching then the tracking map here. We've got one driver through so far on stage 15, and that is Esa-Pekka Lappi. Newville is not too far away. And remember, of course, it is Saturday. So today, at the end of the day, those all-important positions count for points come the end of Saturday before it changes to Super Sunday and the points that can be amassed there.
Yes, unfortunately, someone lost a lot this afternoon. It's probably Taka Katsuta also, because he was aiming to maybe grab a position or to defend a position, but now it's with his power steering issues, and probably he had a spun also. I think now he said that he just have to reach the end of the day, and he will push for tomorrow. Probably this is a way also to keep the tire fresh for tomorrow, and not to take extra risks.
And we certainly know, we've certainly seen some fantastic pace from Taka Katsuta, which is such a shame with what happened earlier on the Vatpil stage, where he just kind of misjudged the chicane. He went straight on and hit a tree, broke power steering, and he said how much hard work it was making his way through the stage after that. These are certainly heavy cars, but he also said, we train for this, you know, so I was able to do it, obviously able to get the car through, but you could see from the expressions on his face, it really did take a lot of work.
I remember Sabogier when we were in Argentina 2010-11, 2 stages before the end, we rolled, we damaged the power steering, and we had to make the power stage without any power steering. I remember that I was hearing him suffering, you know, trying to turn this truck tank on the roads. And I was saying, breeze, you can do it. And of course, you cannot fight in those conditions, because the steering without power steering is really hard. You cannot imagine.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And like we said, we've seen it many times before with other drivers who lost power steering. The expressions on their face, as you mentioned, the sounds from Seb Ogier. It's certainly not easy work out there. But as you say, for Taka, it's another kind of crack at it tomorrow to be able to get some Super Sunday points. Gregoire Munster on his way now through to the end of the stage. Gregoire currently, after 14 stages here in Latvia, in 10th position overall. We've got, obviously, Rovanperä out in front. I'm just going to update you on what's happening in WRC2 as well. We just updated you on the unfortunate incident for Emil Lindholm, where he hit a bank and broke his rear suspension. That was on stage 14. Oliver Solberg's in the lead of WRC2 as we catch up with Gregoire Munster here. Oliver's got a lead at 26.5 seconds over Mikko Heikkilä, with Sami Pairi in 3rd position. That battle for 2nd position has been raging the whole day. Fau Zaldivar is in 4th position, with Will Crichton in 5th. Roberto Dapra is in 6th, and Gregor Yates is in 7th position overall. Armin Kramer's 8th and leading the Masters Cup within WRC2. Saw earlier on from Mauro Miele, he had quite a big roll on one of the stages. Crew are okay.
Yes, and it has been a weird event for him, because I know that he had some fines by the FIA because he was speeding a bit too much on the road section.
Yeah.
I think something else happened to him. Yeah, it was not an easy rally for him. Luckily, everyone is fine.
Yeah, no, that's the most important thing, that the crew are okay. We also have another championship up and running here this weekend. That is WRC3, just 2 drivers within that. Josep Nugane, who's the Estonian driver, is leading by a good stretch over Kerem Kazaz. Kazaz, of course, is the driver who broke his front suspension on the opening stage of the event, so pretty much immediately putting him out of the competition within WRC3.
And during this time, Munster was reaching the finish line of the stage, and he was not in such a good pace. Okay, he's missing a lot of aero in the front of his car. Because we know that he had quite a big moment on the jump on the stage number 13 this afternoon.
First stage out of
but
service.
Here is more than 1 second per kilometer away from the time of Neuville. That is quite far away, especially when we know that half of the stage was fresh, new, with some pollution on the road. So he should take a bit more benefits of his road position.
Now, as Julian mentioned, Gregoire Munster has completed, and it was a 3:04.3, which is 7.2 seconds adrift of Neuville 6 behind Lappi. So he's behind Lappi overall by 28.1 seconds. You see the split here for Elfyn Evans, which is faster than anyone else within the stage so far. Okay, I think we are heading out to the stop control.
The last gravel stage. I was going to ask you about the aero, but is the car sounding okay? It sounds a bit funny.
Yeah, I said the same to my engineer, but they didn't have much time to check. It was already before the jump and the impact, already on the morning. So yeah, I feel also a bit of power loss. So yeah, let's see.
And how is it on these fast stages with a lack of aero?
Yeah, for sure, it's not funny. We try to close a lot of rebound on the front, so to keep the front very low as much as possible, because with the downforce on the rear spoiler, it's just keeping you squatting. So yeah, just trying to keep the front down. It's not too bad with so few aero.
So you see, always managing the situations. You know that the rally crews just have the tools in their car. They cannot have any service assistance around them, and you find some solutions just to avoid the front to lift up a little bit too much. Otherwise, you lose too much the front wheels and the direction of the car.
There we go. That's Elfyn Evans through then with a 2:56.3. So that is our new fastest time on the board. We've got Oyt Tanak, who is into the stage, and there is Elfyn approaching the stop control. I wonder if we'll be able to get a few words with him. Fingers crossed, we may well be able to.
And of course, we all have been following the incidents with Tanak and the arch, so we can imagine what is in mind right now.
And if you are just joining us for the first time and don't know what we're talking about, on the previous stage, Oyt Tanak came across a deflated arch within the stage. Now, I do believe we are going to go back out to that stop control and see if we can hear from Elfyn.
Elfyn, when I last spoke to you, you said you need to be a little bit more aggressive. You showed that in the previous one. A little bit out of control. Was this one a bit more in control?
Yeah, sure. I mean, it wasn't my smartest hour on that last one for sure. But yeah, in here, all fine.
Yeah, and what he's meaning, again, if you are just coming into the coverage, and I don't know what's happened, there was an arch towards the end of the stage, which Elfyn, first of all, he went off the road, he was offline, slid off the road, hit a banner, came back onto the stage, clipped the arch, kind of went down into a ditch, clipped the arch, then came back onto the stage, and afterwards that arch then deflated, which is what Oyt Tanak found in the stage. But as Elfyn said, maybe not his smartest hour out there, but luckily he got away with it.
Yes, and in this case, I would not say that this is his fault. I mean, he tried to save the car, finally, just to avoid the arch and to stay on the road. But small incident and big consequences for sure. I don't know who will have to pay the dinner tonight. Is it Tanak or is it Evans?
yeah, we'll have to find out on that score. If you are coming into coverage, apologies. Our coverage has been compromised this afternoon. We have had an issue with the aircraft which relays all the signals for our broadcast coverage. And that is why you're seeing the tracking map right now. So that aircraft is currently on the ground. All the onboard cameras transmit via that. We're able to see some shots, some stop line using other technology. But sometimes it's not as stable as we would like, and obviously not as complete the coverage as we normally provide to you. So we apologise for that. Everything should be back up and running by tomorrow.
And while you were speaking, we have seen that, yeah, once again the Tanak's car has some damages on the front, more or less the same as Munster. It means that he's missing some downforce on the front of the car. So it might be interesting to see if he had the same reflex as Munster to close a little bit the rebounds.
Let's head out to Oit then.
All right, obviously some dramas in the previous one. How was this one? How is it going?
Yeah, the first part was a bit cleaner, that 2 kilometers, and then the rest was slippery again. So yeah, a bit challenging.
And obviously, Super Saturday finishes tonight. Should be some good points against your championship rivals.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to say much more than that. But yeah, Julian is right. It will be against Elfyn Evans, who's back in 6th position right now, and Thierry Neuville back in 8th. Oit Tanak is in 4th position. One more stage to go today. Let's pick up Adrien Fourmeau then, who is in 5th position overall. Now he's 22.4 seconds behind Tanak. He's got Elfyn Evans 18.8 seconds behind him.
So nothing to play here, just, wow, it was a bit wide.
A little bit wide, yeah.
Yes.
He just clipped the bank with the right rear of the car.
At those speeds, yeah, it can have some good consequences also, and he will have to check the right tires just to check that there is no tires out of the rim, like we often say.
Yeah, we've well, we certainly did that earlier, didn't we, when Gregoire Munster came over the jump a little bit wild on the first stage of the afternoon. We talked a little bit about Fourmeau. Let's chat about him a little bit more now, Julien, because he's an interesting character in the fact that he comes from such a different background than maybe some of the other drivers we've seen over the years. That medical career that he's kind of put on hold because he became, well, he entered Rally Jeune. He was successful at Rally Jeune, and his tutors, his professors at medical school said, right, go and do rallying, come back and do medicine. That can wait. Rallying can't. It's such an interesting story.
Yes, that's great that he dared at one point to do so, because we know that once we have a medical career, that's not an easy task. It takes a long time, and this is an investment, let's say. And also, after that, once he took this decision to go for rally, we remember that it was not that easy neither, because with the first Rally 1 cars he drove, wow, he had some bad moments, some mistakes, some bad luck, and at one point he started to doubt of what he should do.
Yeah.
Then we know that he had this 1 year into a Rally 2 car that probably sets his mind again on a fresh spirit, and what he's showing this year is just really impressive, because this is very stable, this is very on control. We don't see any of those mistakes that he was doing in the past.
Let's see if we can grab a couple of words with him at the stop control. Julian Porter's there for us.
That was short.
Yeah, 2 minutes 55.7 seconds. That was short, but was it good and fast?
That was too short. But that was good, but just, we like when it's longer. So, yeah. But for sure it was an interesting stage and mix of second pass and first pass. But, yeah, still one tarmac stage to do now.
EP, Esa-Pekka Lappi said, yeah, it was a bit short as well. In front of you is another long straight. You could have kept going.
Yeah, we could have kept going. It would have been on rev limiter, but yes, for sure.
There we go. That is Adrian Formeau there, chatting with Julian Porter at the stage end as we catch up with Katsuta. We talked about him and the potential for Super Sunday tomorrow and more points on the board. He did drop down the standings earlier today when he just left the road, hit a tree, kind of straight on pretty much. It wasn't a massive impact, but enough to knock out the power steering.
Yeah, not something that happens very often. I think the impact was not that strong, that high speed. Anyway, it's done, and now he has to focus on what will happen tomorrow. You know, tonight the crews will arrive at around 9 p.m. at the service park. Just the time to speak with the engineer, have a dinner, do the media's duties. And then it will be once again the usual, let's say, cinema in the hotel room, watching the videos for tomorrow. And tomorrow this is quite two nice stages, 19 and 13 kilometers long. So yeah, you need to keep fresh and concentrate for the next day also.
No, absolutely. We still have, as Adrian Formeau mentioned, one more stage to go today. It is that short tarmac test, the city stage at Liepāja. But Katsuta looking really strong on the splits. He's half a second up on Tanak, but again, you know, in terms of the time around him, there's a lot, isn't there? You know, 13.2 seconds up to Elfyn Evans with the kilometers that we have remaining. But you mentioned something earlier, and I wanted to go back to it. You talked about, you know, not losing too much time on the final stages, you know, the shorter stages then. Super specials, but the actual shorter stages we get out there. We'll come back to that in a moment because we do have Taka.
Taka, everyone who's come to the end of the stage has got a little smile on their face and said, it's too short, it needs to be longer. How is it for you?
It's too short, but yeah, nice to be quicker than anybody else so far. I mean, it's been very difficult today. I mean, car felt very good, I'm enjoying a lot, but one very small mistake caught me out, so I was really disappointed. But yeah, try to keep focused tomorrow to get another extra point.
Yeah, he needs to keep that focus. As he said, it was a very small mistake that happened earlier, but unfortunately it had big consequences. Now, going back to the point about super special stages, we see some drivers like Thierry Neuville, who's king of the super special stage, and we see others who manage to lose 4 or 5 seconds on a very short 2-kilometer stage. It's such a massive difference. How do you perfect the super special?
To make understand the super special stages, you have plenty of very artificial elements. You don't have a road to follow. You have plenty of donuts to do. The recce's are not easy because this is with a very low speed during the recce's, yes, and plenty of tarmac elements that you can. That's even if you just touch it, hit it at 10 kilometers per hour. You can stay there for ever, I would say. We have seen plenty of times, like Chris Meek in Germany. It was a nightmare, something heartbreaking to watch because he just touched by 1 or 2 centimeters the concrete elements, and the game was over, and it was the first stage of the rally. So I think many people get that in mind, saying, "Wow, you can lose a lot." So there is, I guess, a mental projection on the super special stages. One time that you had a moment there, I think you get scared for the rest of your life. And you have some people that just take it like a normal stage, let's say, and don't think too much about that. Of course, you are driving with gravel tires on tarmac. It will be the case on the next stage, on stage 16. It slides more. You don't have the same feeling. You will adapt the setup of the car also. It means that you will put the car as low as possible in terms of ride height. You will stiffness everything on the suspensions and so on. But to answer your questions, you can lose a lot, but you also can gain a lot. Usually we were saying you can lose a lot and not gain so much, but this is not true anymore. We see that many times we can have more than 1 second per kilometer of gap in between the competitors.
Yeah. Let's cross out then and hear from Seb Ogier.
Seb, the stage is so short, I have no splits to give you for anyone behind it. How did it feel?
Fun, yeah, too short because it's really fast and flowing, enjoyable to drive, but 2 minutes 54 is a little bit too less.
Yeah, every driver has said exactly the same. Oh, it should be longer, it's a great stage.
Yeah, it's beautiful, but yeah, I mean, so far I think the rally have been quite enjoyable to drive, so let's try to finish like this tomorrow.
That is Seb Ogier with the fastest time through so far. Then it's a 2:54.4 for Seb. Taka Katsuta was half a second behind that time. Then Oitanak, then Formeau and Evans. We've got the top 5 through the stage, separated by 1.9 seconds as we watch Martin Sesks head into shot. A reminder that Sesks is in 3rd position. He's got 6.8 seconds over Oitanak. He's 3.2 behind Ogier. You can see he's slightly slower than Tanak, 7/10 slower than Tanak at the first split point, and 9/10 slower than Ogier at that point. We've had a question in from Crazy Leo, who's asking you about test sessions, and when you're driving in both directions on a gravel test road, are you thrown by the abnormal lines that are created from coming the other way?
Yeah, good questions. Actually, I would say no, there is not real effect, even though the lines are not the same, of course. The apex of the corners is not the same. The braking places and points are not the same. But no, there is not a big effect. And this is joining what we were saying yesterday, saying that sometimes you need to have a fresh road with some pollution on the road to try and to adapt your setup to those conditions. And I think it was Paul Nagel or Seb Marshall that was saying sometimes we were using only the way to go at rally speed, and then we were coming back slowly to the start line just to avoid that. No, we didn't have this issue, but I remember also one year in Finland test, I was not here because I had a surgery previously, so I could not come here. And one engineer was on the side of Seb for this test. They went the first way up to the end of the stage, and coming back, one stone just got out of the cut of the roads, and Seb arrived, and in the middle of the road was a big stone, like the size of a balloon, and he could not avoid it.
Hold on, we'll come back to that.
Straight to the trees. Yeah.
Ooh. Fifth fastest time for Sesks. 1.5 behind Ogier.
Martin's end of the Saturday gravel stage is still one more to go though in the city. How was that stage?
We made a couple of mistakes. It was fine, but I think I lost a couple of seconds, not the seconds, but a few tenths at least.
Now, I know you've been around a Liepāja street stage in a Rally 2 car, but
it's completely different.
In a Rally 1, yeah, it's like a boyhood dream. All those days when you got told off by the police for doing donuts, you can do it legally now.
Yeah, but you know, you said I have experience with Rally 2. This is completely opposite. Like, none of the things which I know from Rally 2 driving here. I think it's actually harder now because I think, oh, with Rally 2 I did this and that, but it's not working with this car.
And what's Liepāja street stage going to be like?
It's going to be fun. This year it's going to be dry. Last year we did it wet. So probably more grip, more fun.
Big skids.
we have tires which we can burn now.
Yeah.
It's going to be
all tires that we can burn now. I can tell you that it was also a game sometimes before the super stage to find a parking place or somewhere where we could make few donuts. just to have a little bit less rubber on the tire to be a bit more performant for this stage. But let's say it was not a bad game, and we did it, let's say, carefully and properly.
We won't tell anyone, don't worry. The secret is safe with us. Kalle Rovanperä then setting the same pace as Sebastian Ogier on this penultimate stage of the day. One more to go, the street stage, which Martin Sasks has already talked about. It is a tarmac stretch in the city centre alongside the seafront. It'll be pretty spectacular for the fans later. As has been Rovanperä's performance this weekend. Spectacular. Again, huge commitment, huge pace. He does it so calmly. He never looks flustered, Rovanperä. I don't think I've seen him. I think I've only seen him stressed once. And that was the event where he was on the podium first, which is what, Sweden 2020? And he was battling away to get onto the podium. And that's the only time I've ever seen him stressed.
Yeah, the memory I have from the stages and the behavior of Kalle is, you know, when he's laughing with Yone, his co-driver, into the stages. Sometimes they have some moments, and those two guys are just laughing, so it means everything.
Yeah, it does. It's obviously a fantastic relationship between them. Yeah, we love those moments when obviously something has happened in the stage and they're having a bit of a chuckle about it. Let's find out how he found that one, though.
Kalle, the gravel stage are over and done with. How satisfying was today out there?
Yeah, it has been really nice. Even this one was a short stage, but actually it was quite nice flow to it. And yeah, I had this one hard under the car. It didn't work so well on the new section, to be honest, but yeah, still all okay.
Everyone who's come to the end of the stage said this one should have been longer because it's really, really nice. You have the same opinion?
Yeah, for sure. It was ending too quickly. It has had a really nice flow to it.
Yes, we are speaking about the stage that was 6.6 kilometers, and the longest one that we have been experimenting with Seb was 80 kilometers in Mexico.
In Mexico. Have you still got the T-shirt that they gave you at the stage end saying you've survived 80 kilometers of stage?
It was a Guanajuato, no, what was El Gigantesque? I don't remember the name of the stage, but I kept it. I kept it among my trophies. 80 kilometers, we never did so long. I know that the old generations made many times.
Oh yeah,
those
absolutely.
lands.
That was standard practice, that kind of stage length back in the day. But yeah, it was certainly the longest stage. But we did a big build-up to it. Was it Sunday morning they run it as well? And
speaking about the lengths of the stages, many people ask me how many pages do you have on your pace books, and for sure it depends of the profile of the rally. If you go in Corsica, very twisty on tarmac, no straight lines at all, or if you go here in Latvia, you will have not the same amount of notes on each page. But let's say, to give you an idea, here in Finland, Estonia, Latvia, you might have more than 1 kilometer of notes per page, at least in my pages, and something like 500 in 500 meters in Corsica per page.
Wow. Let's hear from WRC2 leader Oliver Solberg.
Oliver, it's only a short stage, which is good and bad. Good if you're not doing very well, bad if you're really enjoying it. Which one was it for you?
Oh, every stage is good. Every stage is good. You have to enjoy every stage, you know. So it's a long day for short kilometers. I have to say it's a lot of dead time, but at least it's a fun stage. But it's a late night.
Yeah, it is a bit of a later finish. We do have one more to go, and that's going live at 8:15 this evening, that city stage. Now, still a battle on in WRC2 right now, and that is for second position overall between Mikko Heikkilä and Sami Päivärinta, who are both within the stage at the moment. Heikkilä in second, Päivärinta is in third position. 6.1 seconds separate them. And that is going to rage, I am sure, right until the end of the event. That battle will go on. Let's take a look at Mikko Heikkilä here.
Oliver Solberg was mentioning that it has been a long day, and just to give you an idea, they woke up probably around 6 o'clock in the morning and will go to bed around 11 p.m. So this is a 17 hours a day of work. At those speeds, we understand that sometimes he might a little bit complain, let's say, but he's enjoying so much that that's not the issue, the problem.
No, but I'm sure they will all be glad of seeing the pillow tonight and having a little bit of shut-eye ahead of the final day. Hakeler's time was the fastest through then in WRC2 so far, at least 3:05.9. The splitter half a... to the coverage of Rally Latvia, everyone. It is the final stage of the day, the Liepāja City stage, which we saw run last year as part of the ERC in 2023. Slightly different conditions. We had a rainy stage last year. It's beautifully dry and sunny this time around, though. 1.5 laps of this to make up 2.56 Ks in length. Esapek is into it. And as you can well spot, it is a tarmac stage, gravel tyres. We're not far away from the seafront in parts. So you can get a little blow up of sand onto the stage and make it super slippy. I'm talking you through this stage. Alongside me is Chenny. End of Saturday then, all important points on offer on this stage. Round off the day.
Yeah, lots of stories to tell, and you were talking to Julian about it earlier on. Lots of, because the stage is, there's lots of artificial stuff in here. So easy to make a mistake and yeah, make a gooseberry of yourself. So we don't want that. And yeah, I mean, you can just very easily take a wheel off or something like that. So you just got to be really careful. And it is a tricky little stage as well. Lots of opportunities to make errors. It's a busy lap, so yeah, there's more time to be lost in here than there is to be gained.
Yeah, there definitely is, you're right. There's plenty of people out there to witness it, which is a good thing.
No surprise they're all around that roundabout as well.
I think that is exactly where I would put myself.
Bit of doughies around the roundabout.
Esapek Lappi then has been first on the line throughout the day.
That was mega. You see how early he was on the handbrake there, Bex? He had the rears locked up for a long time.
He's definitely entertaining the crowd, isn't he?
Yeah, putting on a great show. Job done.
2:04.1 then is the time for EP here.
You can really see it gives you a good aspect there in gravel spec of how much body roll there is when the cars are in gravel trim, and just, you know, all that weight transfer, that lateral weight transfer that you just wouldn't get if we were on full tarmac spec.
EP, that's day done, job done, and it's a pleasure to welcome you to the beach.
Yeah, I'm sure this is one of the best stop lines for you as well.
Apart from arriving 1 minute ago.
Well, but you can spend here a couple of hours. Huh?
Yes, I can. What can you tell us about this one?
Yeah, it's a Mickey Mouse with a couple of donuts, and a lot of spectators. So very good.
Yeah, the stop line is right on the beach, pretty much. But as EP said, there's a lot of people out there tonight. Some of them ardent rally fans, some of them getting their first taste of rally action out there, and certainly the first time they've seen the Rally 1 cars, all of them, head through this stage. Thierry Neuville made up the position he was looking to do earlier on the very first stage of the morning against Gregoire Munster, but it was maybe then surprising that he was going to make up a couple more. Eighth was the best he was looking at. He had Elvin Evans in front of him for quite some time, didn't he? There was a massive gap in time. It's Taka who's in front of him right now.
Nice and neat and tidy from Thierry as he goes around again. And they'll have stiffened everything up as much as they can coming into this stage, Bex. You know, they'll have taken all the ride height out of the car that they would have been running on the out on the stages, the gravel stages. So yeah, basically they've gone back to the same setup that they were running on Thursday night in the Biker Niku stage. So I think that's how you pronounce it. If you can do better, please go now, Bex Williams, quickly.
Biokaneki.
That's the one on that stage, thank you. So, yeah, so look, so they've wound the dampers right back, so taking all the ride height out of the car, try and reduce that body roll, and then just stiffen everything up as much as they can, just to try and give themselves as much of an opportunity through this stage.
Let's take a look then at Thierry Neuville's time against Esa-Pekka Lappi through this Liepāja city stage. It was 1.4 seconds faster. We were talking about this with Julian Ingrassia earlier. Some people are just ace at super special stages, and Neuville is one of them.
Yeah, he's always been hot through a super special, apart from Sweden where it all went wrong a few years back, but other than that, Thierry's always been very good. It's because he's so clean and neat and tidy.
Thierry, welcome to the beach. What a stop line. Quickest through by 1.4 seconds. What sort of adjustments were you able to make to the car before this stage?
What sort of what?
Adjustments to the car.
Oh, I did plenty. Let's see if they worked. But we did a lot of changes just to try. I mean, wasn't much more we could do today. To be honest, we had a good rhythm, a good run. Car was working trouble-free and generally satisfied with the setup as well. So, yeah. Let's say it was a good day in the car, but yeah, not the result we are looking for.
Gregoire Monster now then sitting back in 10th position overall. He had a bit of a moment earlier, didn't he, over the jump. He was way on the right-hand side over the jump on stage 13, clipped a bank on landing, and that's why you can see some damage at the front right of his car.
Yeah, he's been punished since then because the stage is just so fast, Bex. You know, that front splitter is obviously the key thing that's missing there. That controls, obviously, or determines the air pressure underneath the car. And when you've got such a massive rear wing on these, you've got loads of aero on the back of the car and the front's just lifting where you haven't got that front splitter, so he'll have just been really struggling with lots of understeer since that front splitter's gone. It really is a vital part of the aero package.
One thing he did say, though, even though he came over that jump, obviously, and took that sector off the car, he was happy with the pace initially straight out of service when, you know, during the morning he seemed to be struggling.
Yeah, he was frustrated this morning, and then, you know, he said, like, oh, the team did make a few changes to the car to just make it a little bit more drivable for him, give him a bit more confidence, and up until that point it was all looking good, but again, it just takes that little mistake that you make, and frankly, actually, the consequences were they could have all been a lot worse because he went off and it landed very, very heavily. These cars are built really strong, and he's lucky, really, that it is just the front splitter that's gone.
I'm loving the chicane of Latvian flags. Notice that with all the hay bales are protected by a Latvian flag as well. We are under no illusion as to what country we're in this weekend. It's great. That's Munster then through 3.1 seconds behind Thierry Neuville's time to end Saturday in what would be 10th position overall.
Greg, that stay done. I know it's been a tough afternoon, but as you sit here on the stop line and look out on the beach and the sea, what are you thinking?
Yeah, at least we end the day on a positive thing. For sure, hard day today, but at least we made it through. We'll try to see what's happening with the engine and hopefully nothing major, and then change the aero so we can go again tomorrow.
Yeah, I was going to say, Bex, when we got to the end of the stage, and you mentioned the engine there, it did sound a little bit throaty, so there's obviously something going on there. It just didn't sound particularly happy, did it? So hopefully they can get that sorted. For sure they'll get the aero sorted. That's just a matter of sticking a new bumper on the front of it and the splitter as well. And by regulation, those splitters, you can adjust the height of them too. So, yeah, they'll get that aero sorted and as he said, go again tomorrow.
Now, a bit of a dramatic afternoon for Elfyn Evans. A bit of an off-road incident near the flying finish of what was stage 14 overall, excuse me. went off the road, went offline, slid wide, hit a banner, then went off on the opposite side of the road, clipped the arch, which then later deflated. He did say at the end of the previous stage, it wasn't my finest hour.
Yeah, I mean, he certainly wasn't to know that the consequences of tapping that banner, was he? But I mean, ultimately, Bex, he had to push. He was desperately trying to catch Adrian Fourmeau. I think on time he probably wouldn't have done it, but you've got to keep the pressure on the guy in front. You would pressure them into making a mistake. So Elfyn was pushing really hard, but as you say, just came into that right-hander a little bit hot, got offline, and went from having loads of grip to zero grip. And as you said, ended up going down into the ditch, then back up across the stage and rejoined. Unfortunately, collected that banner. And really now he needs Adrian Fourmeau to have a disaster in here. I think Elfyn's going to have to settle for 6th place on Saturday.
Yeah, and go out with a bid to try and get as many points tomorrow, because, but you know, that's the comeback for Super Sunday. You know, there's been a lot of discussion about the point system between everyone out there, but it'll be the benefit for him tomorrow, and certainly for Neuville, who's back in 8th position right now. Tomorrow is where they can nab their points.
That's the thing. I think we're starting to see under the new point structure. Yes, it does give us closer fights at the front, but ultimately, if you've built up a bit of a lead, it then becomes that bit harder. That's not
Look
bad
at
view,
that.
is it?
What a stop control.
It then becomes that little bit harder to reel people in.
That's equal fastest time, at least until you get to the hundreds and the thousands. But what was it like? What sort of things can catch you out on a stage like this at the end of the day?
A few things, obviously, but no, it was a clean enough run through.
Having a good look out the window there, what are you thinking when you see the beach and the sea?
Getting back to bed.
Yeah, he doesn't want to go for a dip. He's not going to put the Speedos on this evening, Elfyn Evans, and go for a quick swim. Much to the disappointment of many out there. It is a joint time with Thierry Neuville, which, you know, considering Thierry is brilliant at Super Specials and Elfyn historically has, you know, not been so great at them, I think that's a little bit of a win at the end of the day that he's set the same time.
Yes, it's not a bad stage time, is it? And it's a yeah, it's a good little stages. It wouldn't surprise me if other people go as quick, if not quicker, as well through here. It's basically just a big figure of 8 up and down, isn't it? And I think Esa-Pekka Lappi described it really nicely. You know, this is as much a show for the fans as it is anything else.
Yeah.
And you can see it's been designed that way as well. There's lots of opportunity for the cars to be moved around, sliding about. Lots of lots of opportunities to get on the old happy stick and the handbrake. And just give it a...
I'm so glad you clarified that.
Get the car sliding around. So, yeah, kudos to the stage organizer. Oh, it's gone in very deep there.
Too deep.
Very deep.
So that's taken out the hay bales.
That's a stall. The last thing you want to be doing as well is rolling backwards as well when the car's running like that. So that's a stall. And has he damaged anything?
Yeah, that's the question. It's the rear right that took the impact there.
Gave that a big clout, didn't he?
Oh.
It was the front.
I don't know. Let's have a look.
I thought it was the front right. Well, definitely there's damage to the car because that should be well lit up going round. Yeah, I think there's damage.
It looks like the front right.
The front right. You could see that. You could see the damper wasn't at the correct angle. So that's going to make. He's just going to be dragging that car through the stage. Yeah, it looks like he's done damage, certainly to the steering arm, but I think he's actually damaged the damper and the suspension as well.
Well, that's a bit of drama in the Super Special stage, and what have we been saying about, you know, clipping things in there, just making mistakes which can have big consequences. Fourmeau will be watching this time. He was only 22 seconds behind Tanak. I mean, he's still come through with a, you know, a fairly decent time considering. No, it's 15 seconds off the pace, but...
He's just got his brake. The braking's very, very late. He's realised it now, and he's gone for the handbrake to try and get the car rotated nice and early, and then just clouts that bale, and there is a lot of weight in those. And that's what's done that damage there. The cars are built strong. The Hyundai guys will get that sorted. But, yeah, drama right at the end of the stage for Roy Tanak. It was just like he couldn't get it stopped.
Oh, there's a bit of drama there at the end of the day. You're laughing, dropping 15 seconds in there.
Yeah, on the jump landing like a drive shaft or gearbox, something broke, and obviously I couldn't slow down at all. So. It's been some afternoon.
Do you know what?
Listen, it's great that he's smiling.
The way that he handles it, because, yeah, it has been some afternoon for Ott Tänak.
But
the arch earlier, now, you know, under braking, something, obviously, like you said, on the landing, something has broken, and he couldn't slow down.
He should have got it stopped because he just couldn't get that car stopped. It was very, very odd. So, as you said, something's failed in the drivetrain, and he was just unable to get the car stopped. And you need all of that working in sync with each other. When you're braking, you want to be able to, you're using mechanical braking as well. So there, you can see he's on the brakes.
Yeah.
It's just like, I can't get this thing stopped. So, yeah, unfortunately for Ott Tänak, that's how it ended up.
I mean, we could have seen a very angry Ott Tänak at the end of that stage, but, you know, like...
After the day he's had, what do you do, Bex?
What do you do? That is exactly the attitude he had. What else can happen today? Luckily, this is the final stage for him. But, drama on the super special stage, and a big reminder of things that can happen. The Latvian fans loving it out there. It's been great to see such huge amounts of them within the stages today.
Yeah, it has been. You know, Latvian fans out in force. And it looks like the marshals have put those safety bells back in place, so the stage should get underway again.
Now let's switch out to Adrian Formeau. Fifth overall at the minute.
Was 22.7 seconds down to Ott Tänak coming into here. I don't think he's going to pass him, but the gap's going to come right down, Bex.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, Adrian will want it to come down even further tonight to get the points, of course, but
yeah, I think that's
it's too much to ask, maybe.
Yeah. He's not going to find that kind of time. It's another 7 seconds he's got to find. So I don't think he's going to go 7 seconds quicker than effectively Thierry Neuville or Elfyn Evans through here. But what it will do is close things up going into tomorrow. And that in turn also, Bex, and obviously we haven't seen Martins or Sebastian or Calais, but that also takes the pressure a little bit off Martins and Sebastian Ogier in the fight for second place.
Yeah, that's true. I think everyone will just have that little air of caution now after seeing what's happened with Ott. Be interesting to find out tomorrow what exactly broke on the landing after the jump.
That's how it should stop. That's how it should stop. You can see he's very comfortably been able to get the car stopped. As soon as it landed, he's on the brakes, and he's been able to get that Puma pulled up nice and quickly. Ott wasn't even close to getting the car turned in. So, yeah, it's not just a matter of standing on the brakes. You do need all the drivetrain and everything working in conjunction with the car slowing down. So when it fails, you end up in all sorts of trouble.
A phrase you use often, I think. Talk to me about Adrian Formeau and the afternoon. You get into all kinds of trouble, Chenny. Constantly bailing you out of trouble. I beg your pardon. Talk to me about Adrian Formeau, because same as Gregoire Munster this morning, he wasn't 100% happy, but that was all changed straight away on the first stage this afternoon. Obviously, some changes made in service to his benefit, to the car's benefit, rather.
Yeah, I had a chat with the team at service, and they said they made a few changes just to make him a little more, just to make the car a little more drivable, give him a bit more confidence, and it's worked. They've definitely gone in the right direction. Adrian's driven the door handles off that thing this afternoon, and most importantly, he's kept himself in the fight, and he's been able to keep, you know, the people around him fighting for position. You know, the likes of Elfyn Evans in particular at bay. So I think all in all, it's not been a bad day for Adrian Formeau, and he can come back to service tonight a happy man. Having banked some points, or certainly shelved some points, shall we say. He's still got to finish the rally tomorrow to score.
Yeah, he's behind Ott Tänak by 8.4 now.
Were you able to watch what happened to Ott in there?
Yeah, I did see what happened, so I was really careful at that place, and But yeah, that's quite tricky stage. To be fair, it's quite slippery in some places, and but it's yeah, it's good to finish also on the beach now, and we can enjoy. Maybe we can have a swim.
Yeah, you want to go for a swim?
Yeah, let's go.
See, Adrian Formo's up for it.
Yeah, he's up for a lot, that boy.
Elvin Evans wants to go to bed.
There's no stopping him. There's no stopping him.
Takamoto Katsuda, let's talk about him because we've seen some brilliant pace from Taka today, but a really small mistake which had big consequence earlier when he just went off the road, clipped a tree, broke the power steering, and he dropped down the standings when he was right in the battle. He was in 4th position.
Yeah, really unfortunate. As you said, just outbraked himself into a chicane, and it was like the perfect storm. He hit that tree plumb where there's like a crash bar that goes across the front of the car, bolts to both chassis legs, and it kind of braces the front of the car, if you like. It adds structural rigidity along the front of the car and some protection as well. But just behind that is the radiator, and it just collected the radiator for the power steering, which has then got a big pipe that goes up to the reservoir, and unfortunately it just damaged it, and sadly the power steering fluid ebbed away over the next kilometre or so, and then we saw him really grimacing, didn't we? Up until that point, Taka was absolutely flying.
Now, hold on, we're just getting a little bit of news in. Taka touched the roundabout with his front left wheel. I didn't notice that. But the barrier is leaking water around that roundabout, which is why you can see the moisture there.
That should make it interesting.
So he's clipped it with the barriers, which are these plastic barriers just filled with water.
Yeah, you have to fill them with something to give them some density. Otherwise, when you do hit them, they'll just fly off here, there, and everywhere. There's not actually a lot of weight in them, and it's just air inside them. So yeah, they fill them with sand, or in this instance water, and if that's now leaking out into the roundabout, it will make things a little slicker for those coming later on.
Yeah, it certainly will. That could add an extra dimension. Taka Katsuta then, fastest through so far, 2:02.6.
Go on, Taka. Good way to end the day.
Taka quickest through by 1/10 of a second, but you clipped something in the stage?
something. But it makes more slippy in the second lap for me, so it was not working well. Sorry for the other guys behind me. Yeah, but yeah, it's nice stage, lot of people. Nice to finish like this, of course. Another new day for tomorrow, so try to push again.
Criminal mastermind.
He's like,
yeah, criminal mastermind.
I clipped a little barrier.
Oh, there you go, that's what I'm saying. And it was as soon as that rear right
touched the water.
Yeah, touched the water. That Toyota Yaris had a big, got a big slide on, didn't it? And there was a couple of tenths left there. So yeah, Taka just making things a little bit more interesting for everybody, as if it wasn't interesting enough already.
I love the fact that he apologised, but also said I made it tougher for myself because he had to go around the roundabout again.
Should have done it the second time round.
Okay, let's talk about Sébastien Ogier then, because at the end of the day, all being well here on this super special stage, he should walk away with points for second overall. I say should because it's still close between him and Sesks. It's only 4.7 seconds in it, and neither can make a mistake on this stage.
No, absolutely not. You know, provided they both get round, it shouldn't be a position change, because you're just not going to find that kind of time in this sort of stage.
Yeah.
But you know, we've already seen plenty of drama. You're getting that car nicely pulled up. He's so smooth, isn't he? You know, we've seen lots of drivers coming into there and grabbing the handbrake and tipping the car sideways. Seb choosing instead to drive it, which is more often than not the quicker way to do it. You hear him just balancing the car on the throttle, and you don't want to. He could be fully sideways now and smoke everywhere, but it's not the fastest way to do it. So it's always difficult when you've got lots of fans around watching you and egging you on. You've got to be quite disciplined to go, no, I need to do this the fastest way possible. Particularly when you're in the position that
that Seb's in, which is embroiled in a battle with local star Martins Sesks.
Yeah, absolutely. Blazing sunshine as well. Through the windscreen as he crosses the line. 4th fastest, 1.4 seconds off Katsuta's pace. Just a little bit of a wider slide than we've seen so far on that donut.
So 1.4 down on his final stage, and Taka, of course, apologising for hitting the barrier and making it difficult for everyone else coming behind.
That was easy. Yeah, it was quite sleepy now with the water.
What else do you make of this super special? A good atmosphere?
I couldn't really see it, honestly. I kept my eyes on the road, but yeah, it looks pretty crowded, so nice. I think so far it's been a beautiful rally, so it's a nice first year.
A nice end to the day here on the beach.
Yeah, exactly. With the sun, everything is there.
Okay, Martins Sesks. I'm sure there'll be a lot of noise for Martins.
Again, like Bex, he won't have had that much experience, and this is going to sound silly, but like, in order to go around that roundabout, you can leave quite a bit of time there, and you've got to be really neat and tidy. And he won't have had a lot of experience driving this car like that. Why would you? You know, he had a bit of practice testing in the stage and all that sort of stuff. So, but just getting the car placement is really important. You want it to be really neat and tidy. And Martins was just a little bit wider compared to everybody else going through the roundabout. So, going around the roundabout rather. So again, he won't have had a great deal of time practicing that sort of stuff.
No, and he talked about it even, you know, in the big stages with just that extra commitment because he's not completely used to the car. We're listening into the crowds here.
The car on the throttle.
Something tells me he really enjoyed that.
You can hear the crowd getting behind him there, can't you? It's great.
You really can. It is such a good atmosphere out there. He's done this stage before, but obviously in a Rally 2 car, this is going to be a way different experience for him.
What a way to end the day, though, Bex. What's been a brilliant day, just hooking gears in the best rally car in the world, and you're just in front of your home fans in your hometown. Like, it doesn't really get much better than that, does it?
And he set exactly the same time as Sebastian Ogier. So it is still just 4.7 seconds between them going into the final day tomorrow.
He's been a superstar today, that young man, and he can be very, very proud of his day's work, as I'm sure everybody at M Sport and his family all will be as well.
Martins, I know you've been looking forward to doing this stage in this car. Equal time to 7 there. Good way to finish the day.
Yeah, it's fine, and yeah, we just took it a bit steady. Not far from Seb, which is fine for tomorrow. So yeah, amazing. It's quite hard to take a start because you hear through the door that they are cheering. It's amazing. Like, paldies jums liels. Paldies jums visiem faniem.
So what's the plan for tomorrow?
Drive 4 stages.
Yeah, he's going to make the most of the just over 60 kilometres we have tomorrow. 64 Ks, I think, competitively tomorrow. Yep. He has been the star of the weekend, but these guys have also been the stars. Some sensational driving from Kalle Rovanperä and Joni Halttunen over the course of the past 3 days. And they have a healthy lead going into tomorrow. It's 41 seconds.
Calle's not hanging about through here. Just looking at the way he's really getting hold of the car, and he's also being so patient as well. It's really neat and tidy run from him.
We're in a haze of sun and smoke right now, tyre smoke.
And you know, Bex, there's no smoke without tyre.
Get out.
Oh dear, the producers are giving me stick for that one as well. Huh?
Absolutely, red card.
Got that one from Noel Furlong.
He's a great lad.
He is, he's the best. There you go, another stage win. Another stage win.
Kalle Rovanperä then, our leader at the end of the day and our stage leader. 2 minutes, 2.5 seconds is the fastest time on the board, but only just over Takakatsu. It was only a 1/10 of a second faster. Some Finnish fans there.
How do you know they're Finnish?
Because they've got the Finnish flag on their T-shirt. Bit of a giveaway.
Kalle, why not finish the day with a massive lead and a stage win on the last stage by only a 1/10 of a second, and the beautiful beach in front of you?
Yeah, it's quite nice setup, to be honest. This one was cool. It was for the fans, and to see so many fans on the stage, it's always cool to drive. I was a bit surprised with the time. The stage is getting dirtier all the time, so it's not so bad.
Yeah, some nice words there from our reigning world champ and rally leader here in Latvia, Kalle Rovanperä, as we switch to another leader of Rally 2, WRC 2. It is Oliver Solberg. He's also had a fantastic event out there.
Oliver's done a great job. You can see straight away the difference in setup and what you can do with the cars. The WRC2 car has way more lateral body roll and obviously less grunt as well, so you can't just slide it around the roundabout in the same way that the drivers in the Rally 1 cars could do. And again, everybody just does everything they can to try and set the car up to give themselves the best chance in a stage like this. But yeah, you can see massive amounts of body roll. You hear the tyres screaming for mercy.
His lead was 26.3 seconds coming into this stage over Mikko Heikkilä. Solberg completes with a 2.09. As we take a look at second position, Mikko Heikkilä now in a fierce battle with Sami Pajuri for second in WRC2. We were talking earlier on about Mikko taking a little bit of advice from Kalle Rovanperä, although he wouldn't share exactly what it was. But Kalle gave him some tidbits, but you know, he knows what to do here on the Latvian stages. He was third in ERC a couple of years ago.